Good evening. It's 7 p.m. and I am the Deputy Town Clerk, Margie Tachi. Before we get started, I have a few announcements. Tonight's regularly scheduled Herndon Town Council work session is a virtual meeting pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3708.2 as amended, the Governor's Executive Orders as amended, and in accordance with Ordinance 20-0-23, continuity of governmental operations from a pandemic disaster, COVID-19, as amended and readopted by the Herndon Town Council on September 8, 2020, which supersedes previously adopted amendments. Proper notice of the electric meeting was provided in accordance with the Code of Virginia. Agenda and meeting materials, along with information for attending the meeting and submitting comments for the record, are available on the town's website. The meeting will begin with a roll call to determine a quorum and all votes, including adjournment, could be by roll call vote. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Margie. I will go ahead and call our November 10th work session to order. And as the clerk calls attendance, I will ask each member of council to respond by clearly stating your name and indicating that you are present. And I do understand that our Vice Mayor is having some technical difficulties, so she will be joining us as soon as possible. So, Margie, turn it over to you.
Town Manager.
Ashton, present.
Town Attorney.
Yates, here.
Olam, waiting. Baker.
Baker, present.
Delagula.
Delagula, present.
DeCall.
DeCall, present.
Friedrichs.
Friedrichs, present.
McKenna.
McKenna is present.
Merkel.
Merkel is present. So for the record, we do have a quorum electronically, and we will note it in the record when the Vice Mayor is able to join us. I guess, first of all, we'll turn it over to our Town Manager for any comments related to the emergency.
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you very much. This is Bill Ashton, Town Manager. Just wanted to give you a quick update on some things both globally and some things that pertain particularly to Herndon, but I will attempt to be as brief as possible since we have a full agenda ahead of us. First off, the numbers in the Northern Virginia region are beginning to climb. They are not nearly as dramatic as we've been seeing in Southwestern Virginia, but there is definitely a trend upward. That being said, the hospitalizations and the ICU admittances remain steady. And when I asked Dr. Gloria about that at our most recent conversation, she seemed to indicate that there are studies that suggest some of the things that we're doing in terms of mask wearing and social distancing are having an effect on keeping the viral loads lower as they go in, so the immune system isn't taking a dramatic overbearing approach to attacking it, and then you start getting secondary effects from that immune system response. So she reminds us all, remain vigilant, mask wearing, social distancing, everything that we've talked about. Stay at home if you're not feeling well, get tested, quarantine and isolate if necessary. So she also still encourages flu shots. That is definitely something that is at the top priority of the health department, just to keep the flu people from getting into the healthcare system, which would then diminish what's available for pandemic related illnesses. Now on a side note, as far as the town goes, after much consternation, conversations with both Fairfax Health and a recent teleconference with the governor that the mayor and I were able to sit on earlier this week, this pandemic is with us for a while. And with that in mind, I'm estimating it will definitely be somewhere lingering well past into next summer or beyond. So with that in mind, we regretfully are not planning for a Herndon Festival in the spring because of that reason. The news is starting to filter out as we're talking to some of the groups that normally participate in the festival. I believe the Rotary is going to be notified tomorrow. Arts Herndon, I think, has already been notified. And the other groups that are involved in the festival will certainly be notified as well. But I thought I would share that with you at this time. It's regretful, but I don't see this pandemic being in a place where we can comfortably hold a festival in the spring. With that, I'll gladly take any questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. What questions do we have for the town manager? Anyone? Okay. Well, thank you. Before we move on with our agenda, I did want to just say this for the public who may be watching. As you can see, we have a very long agenda this evening. Our packet electronically was about 550 pages. I believe it took the Planning Commission nearly 4 to 5 hours to get through this, and we have a couple items they did not entertain. So due to that, we have penciled in Thursday night for a potential second part 2 of this work session. So depending on the hour, we will we may take advantage of that. One of the reasons this is piled up as it has is the number of items and the complexity of these things will make for a long agenda, but as you know, we lost about 6 months of time dealing with land use issues. And so that's why this agenda is like it is. If it had been a normal year, I don't think we would be in this situation. So I just wanted to throw that out there. We'll see if how we're feeling and what hour we decide to make a plan to continue if we need to. Okay. Okay, so that brings us to, and I'm going to ask whoever that is to try and mute. There's a lot of background noise. This brings us, I will turn it over to the clerk and ask whether, and I believe the answer to both of these questions is yes, if we have received comments for the record, or whether the clerk has received any transactional disclosure declarations from council for any items listed on the agenda tonight.
Yes, Madam Mayor, comments were received and entered into record on the Heritage Preservation District pipelines and the Fairbook business items. All comments have been provided to council. Additionally, Mayor Merkel, council members Baker, Delagula, McCall, and McKenna each provided signed statements for the record and that they reside in the Heritage District. And they have indicated that they are able to participate in the discussion and action on the items fairly, objectively, and in public interest. The appropriate disclosures have been filed with the town clerk and the town attorney.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. We'll move right into our public hearings. The first item is Resolution 20G50 to consider the adoption of a comprehensive plan amendment, CPA number 2001 for 315 Eldon Street, which is the Residence Inn project. And I see that our senior planner, Dana Heiberg, is joining us here for the staff report. So we'll give him a second to get connected. And look forward to hearing more about this project. I know there's a lot of enthusiasm about it.
Point now. Thank you. As you mentioned, this is CPA 2001, and it pertains to 315 Eldon Street. So it's a comprehensive plan amendment that pertains to a single property. Next slide, please. And that property is depicted here on the tax map, 315 Eldon Street. It is south of Eldon Street, west of Herndon Parkway, and north of Grove Street. Next slide, please. And so the property is depicted on this aerial, and you can see additional characteristics of the property. It does have access from Eldon Street there at the top end of the picture. Also has 2 access points from Herndon Parkway. Has an access point from Grove Street, which is kind of obscured by the Google word there towards the bottom of the screen, but that is an access point as well for vehicular access. So as you can see, the property is characterized by perimeter landscaping. Then the parking areas run along the perimeter just inside the landscaping. And the The structures and the interior courtyards and amenities and lawn areas are inside of that. Next slide, please. So the current adopted comprehensive plan, this property is designated business corridor as our, which you can see with the large red arrow is pointing to this property. And most of the properties along this part of Eldon Street are also designated business corridor. So that is your current adopted plan designation, and it pertains to retail, services, and these type of generally business uses. Next slide, please. Could I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So this slide zooms in, if you will, on the portion of the comprehensive plan that we are working with here this evening. And you can see the proposed plan amendment or the proposed change affecting this property, which becomes, goes from business corridor to adaptive area residential, which is the orange color. And so that is the change depicted. I think that's clear. Next slide, please. So the resolution that you will have under consideration would adopt this comprehensive plan amendment. So the change would be made to the comprehensive plan. As background, the Planning Commission, of course, recommended and certified the amendment on October 26, 2020. And so therefore the Commission has met Virginia Code, which does direct the Commission to prepare the plan amendment and submit it to public hearing within 60 days of the initiating resolution by the governing body, which the Commission did do. And so your initiating resolution, you may recall, the Council adopted back on September 22nd. And one other point would be that the code does say that the governing body should act within 90 days or must act within 90 days of the Planning Commission's recommendation. Next slide, please. So the catalyst for this plan amendment. So more by way of background, the council has had a commitment to address the affordable housing shortage in this area. And that's been expressed in plans and in a variety of documents that the council has worked on, including the comprehensive plan. We have a new owner of this aging hotel. It is over 30 years old. The new owner, we understand, desires to repurpose this to a residential use. The existing hotel was kind of a first-generation model, if you will, and we understand that it no longer met the brand standards of Marriott, the previous owner. So it could provide approximately 164 residential units, and the intent that the owner has expressed is to provide 55% of the units as workforce housing. And I think you all are familiar with the workforce housing concept. It is broad, but it provides a more affordable range of housing, and it is a broad range, being affordable depending on household size for households ranging from 60% all the way up to 120% of county median income. Next slide, please. So, in terms of additional points why this, we have a catalyst for this action. The appropriateness of the site, it really has a building form that is very similar to multifamily residential. It's really not laid out like a typical hotel type property. It has those outdoor amenities that I pointed out a little bit on the aerial slide. They really are pretty extensive. This site is 1.25 miles from the Metro Rail station, so there is convenient access. It's also on a bus route, so we have convenient access to the Fairfax Connector bus route. It is walkable to grocery stores and a number of other services that are quite close by, short walk. And it is well sited for multiple roadway access. I had pointed out those access points on the aerial as well. CPA 2001 will support and allow future land use decisions to implement the repurposing to residential. So it sets the stage, if you will, to allow consideration of those future decisions. And the details of an agreement would occur through the rezoning process. Next slide, please. A brief discussion of public facility impacts. The change to the comprehensive plan would allow a rezoning to come forward, as I'd mentioned before, and that's always a public hearing process through the Planning Commission and Town Council. As a repurposing, there are significant public facilities in place to support the property. And I think those are obvious, but, you know, we have a developed property with quite a number of pedestrian facilities surrounding it, and also adjacent to it with the facilities that are along the adjacent properties. The public facility impacts of the change from hotel to residential would really be given the in-depth analysis when we, if and when we review a rezoning. So that would be a future step. Next slide, please. So the process to convert the property to multifamily, if this amendment is adopted by this council. So the process, given that the property is currently zoned CS, commercial services, so given that, the first step would be to amend the zoning ordinance by creating a new variation of the Planned Development - Urban Residential Zoning District. And you might recall that district was created fairly recently. But we would need to create a different variation of that to encompass the form of this particular development. So then a zoning map amendment to change the property from commercial services, and then that would set the stage for construction permits for physical changes that might be needed to the interior of the structures. In terms of the building footprints that you have out there today, if there were any changes to that, which we, at this point, we don't know that there would be, but if there were, the applicant would have to undertake a site plan amendment prior to proceeding with construction permits. But I just add that as kind of a footnote. Next slide, please. So a few other facts before I conclude. The current unit mix is 84 studio apartments, 42 one-bedroom units, and 42 one-bedroom plus loft units. So we have a total of 168 units. It's in 21 buildings with 8 units per building. The size of the property is 6.48 acres. So that's the current unit mix. The future unit mix would be uncertain, but we understand the majority will be studios and small one-bedroom units. As I had mentioned before, PD-UR stands for that Planned Development Urban Residential. It does allow more density and a less suburban approach than a standard townhouse district. And in this case, we'd be looking to create sort of a PD-UR Roman numeral 2, or whatever we decide to call it, but it would be a multifamily-oriented variation of PD-UR. Final point, we did include, of course, the memorandum from the Fairfax County Public Schools with your materials. Public school impact, we did provide the staff did provide the unit mix and approximate size for the county staff to consider in their pupil generation analysis. Now, the analysis did use the current policy, which is a low-rise multifamily factor of 0.329 pupils per dwelling unit. So that is kind of it's a countywide standard. It really isn't customized in any way, if you will, to this type of situation where the units are quite a bit smaller than average multifamily, let's say, across the county. Next slide, please. So your alternatives are to approve the resolution adopting CPA 2001 into the town's comprehensive plan, or to disapprove the resolution. And I'd be happy to try and answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Heiberg. And I do want the record to reflect that the Vice Mayor joined us at 7:08 p.m. So glad you made it, Sheila. Gotta love technology.
Thank you.
We've all had our moments. So what questions do we have for Mr. Heiberg about this project? Or I guess not just the project, but the comp plan amendment. None? Mr. DeCall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Heiberg, for the wonderful presentation. My question is, can we put the slide again? I wanted to go to page 8 to understand what was written there. So if somebody can put up the slide again. All right, can we go to page, that's page 8. Let's go to page 9. Maybe that was 9 actually. Okay, so basically what I wanted to understand is the 2001, the CPA 2001 will allow the future decision for similar repurpose. I'm not able to see here as well. Maybe it was a different slide, but I heard that this CPA 2001 will allow the future decision, or will enhance or facilitate the future similar repurpose, request. I wanted to understand, what does that mean? Meaning, if we have any other request in future, then we can leverage this CPA 2001 to make those decisions, or those will be automatically decided? I just wanted to be clear with that statement.
Well, what it was intended to convey was the fact that if you decide to amend the plan, you will create the situation where this property has a plan designation, a comprehensive plan designation, that supports adaptive area dash residential, and the policy of adaptive area dash residential is that redevelopment is I would say encouraged. I would think that a repurposing situation like this would also be encouraged, and so it would set the stage that a rezoning to a residential use would have a foundation, if you will. So does that help?
Yeah, it does. I still want to be clear. So whatever rezoning we do in future similar repurposing requests, we can use the similar zoning or rezoning for the future purpose as well when we do this. Is that what you meant?
No, I wasn't intending to make any implication about other properties. I was really just intending to say that for this property, changing it to adaptive area dash residential would set the stage to be able to properly consider a rezoning, and the rezoning would make sense, if you will, because it would have a comprehensive plan designation supporting it. So that would be a logical first step. And there would be additional considerations that you make as you consider a rezoning, but the foundation would be in place.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Thank you for explaining that. And I have one more question, and I don't know if this question is really, we can discuss or answer here, but I just wanted to know, in terms of, Fairfax County AMI between 60% to probably like 120%. So when it comes to, workforce housing, obviously I love this project, no doubt about that. When it comes to, deciding, when it comes to making a decision for workforce housing, what criteria will they be using? Is that something we can, we as a council get to know in future, or is that completely out of our scope of items?
Well, if I may jump in, I think maybe we need to ask Mr. Heiberg to define what a comprehensive or a comp plan amendment actually is, because well, I'll let him define that, because I think what you're looking at, Pradeep, and what we're all interested in down the road are more details on the particular plan. And a comp plan amendment, I'm sure Dana can explain it better than I can, but it puts into our comprehensive plan that this sort of development is a good idea, and now we have the means to go about it if we choose. But I'm going to ask Dana to do a better job than I just did on explaining that.
I would agree with that statement. I mean, it sets a base policy, if you will, and then the rezoning, we really get into the meat of the details of a particular property, and a rezoning, as you know, is a discretionary process. It's not a by right thing. So the council, has that ability through the rezoning to address concerns about the property that would be particular to this property.
No, I understood that. The reason I'm asking this question is in order to, make a decision here, we are looking into a broader perspective of, potential traffic situation. Even we are considering the school and all those things. That's why, maybe other, council members also want to know from the price perspective. We are also talking about, somebody purchased that property and wanted to repurpose. The reason behind repurposing and all those things is already included in this presentation. That's why my question was, what would be, we are talking about, we are saying this will be workforce housing. My question here is, does it really be workforce housing? Because it's a very wide range of explanation on the workforce housing itself. Because the income limit is 60% to 120%. We want to make sure when we build this for workforce housing, actually our workforce receives this housing. That's the reason why I'm asking these questions.
Madam Mayor, if I may, because I
Yes,
was in these
please.
conversations from the very beginning of this concept. So that was always something at the fore of the staff's mind. And when we were engaged with the developer, we wanted to make sure we weren't just checking a box and saying we were doing it. We wanted to actually make sure it happened. But the process, the place for us to work on those systems is the next process, the rezoning process. At the comprehensive plan amendment stage, we are looking at things that are going to affect services on a larger scale. We're looking at water and sewer. We're looking at traffic. We're looking at schools, things that we're going to have to do some capital planning to see if we can absorb this into the systems. And so that's what, in a comprehensive realm where we are tonight, that's the level of analysis. Once we start getting into the zoning, we're digging deeper into some of those things. And I can assure you that the workforce housing assurances, we will have a system to make sure that happens. And I'm reasonably certain we're going to be getting the county housing department involved in those questions. But no, that was something from the very outset of this, when they brought this idea to me. I didn't want to give up a hotel easily because of for various fiscal reasons. But this, when they came with this idea and this concept, it was, as long as we were able to implement it to where it would actually achieve what they were saying it was going to achieve, then I was willing to allow staff to begin working on this to move forward. And so we will deal with that once we get the rezoning, and I can assure you that's at the fore of staff's mind.
Great, thank you. Actually, that answers my question, because I wanted to make sure the intended user gets to use. That's why. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. What other questions do we have for Mr. Heiberg? I thought I saw another hand, but I can't remember where I saw it. Cesar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is Councilmember Caligula. I don't know if this is for Mr. Heiberg or Mr. Ashton, but I think I heard the answer, and I was pretty sure we were going to do this, but just so I'm clear, the public facilities, water, sewage, all that will be determined at some future date. And we'll know the impact of what that demand is going forward. And we can fit that into our projections of what that's going to cost the town, right? Because we're buying, water and having to pay for those services. Is there any idea of how much of an impact that's going to change? Obviously, those services keep going up every year. And although this seems like a small portion, demand load requirement wise, is there any guidance that we might use going into next year's budget when we start thinking about planning for our water and sewage capacity?
I'll let Dana drive more deeply into this, but initially those planning decisions are made at the comp plan, because again, that's a longer range, a longer horizon planning effort, and much like building the systems to incorporate that in. The rezoning tends to be for the more specific site-specific elements, like we were talking about how the affordable housing is going to work. With the question of water and sewer, because this was a hotel usage, the water and sewer elements are probably not far off of what they currently exist. It's probably not moving the needle much. Traffic, however, will have different patterns, much different patterns. And that was one of the things, and also schools, because any children living there would end up needing to be absorbed into schools. So from a larger infrastructure perspective, those were some of the areas we were probably more focused on, because the water and sewer most likely would be very close to, I hate to say this, sorry for the pun, a wash on as to the current usage. But Dana, do you have anything to add?
And I'm sorry, real quick, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Before Dana responds. So that to me makes sense. And again, assuming that the hotel was 100% or 90% capacity, what is the max? I know it's to be determined and flexible, but I would just assume we're going to plan for maximum occupancy, whatever that is, Because remember, we're going to have to figure out what this is, not in the next year or two, but eventually.
Correct. And one of the other elements we look at too is what's the current capacity usage of the infrastructure at the point right now. And I believe we have capacity to absorb any deltas off of that. There's enough capacity for this project to be absorbed in that section of our infrastructure. What its overall effect, we've already purchased water. We have enough water to absorb this in terms of capacity. Sewer, we are still looking at this, and that's part of our larger model where we're looking at townwide growth, and it would be incorporated into that purchase.
No, thank you. And I do intend to support this. I think this is certainly a great idea. I want to accelerate this if we can. I wish we'd been doing this for the last couple of decades, but going forward, this is the kind of thing I think most of us are looking for.
Thank you. Other questions, Ms. Friedrichs?
So just so that I understand, the only thing we're being asked to do with this is give permission to change the comprehensive plan so that this can happen. It's nothing to do with the nuts and bolts. It's just making that first step to allow them to then give us the nuts and bolts.
Absolutely.
Town manager,
Okay.
This is our way of saying we would welcome a rezoning for this property.
Okay, so we're not really doing anything about any project. We're just allowing it to possibly happen.
Yes.
Thank
Move to
you.
the next step.
Well said, Signe. It's right now this isn't even a use that we could entertain, so we're making the change so that we can. Other questions for Dana or the town manager? Is that you, Jen?
Yes, Councilmember Baker. So I just want to echo, this is fantastic. And obviously this is a unique opportunity with the hotel and the property in that that a developer can, repurpose this space. Certainly it's something we'd love to do with lots of properties, but this is a really unique opportunity to capitalize on and to look at our zoning and adjust accordingly. So I'm certainly supportive of this concept as well. One question is, Dana, you mentioned the 55% workforce, and forgive me if you said this, but I got a little lost in the details of where did that number come from? Is that the developer said they would agree to that, or
Yeah.
How did we determine the 55%?
My understanding is that was what the developer had stated was their intention. I don't think that's set in stone or legislated or anything of that nature.
And the workforce, again, because I know, we use the term workforce, and I know the definition, and maybe Ms. Yates will chime in, but I know the definition can be a little bit ambiguous to some extent on what workforce housing can mean. So do we have an understanding of what that means to this developer when they state that? Is it they're going to reduce the rent on, more than half the properties? Is it what determines that potentially 55% will fit in that category?
I would say they would be looking to have the rents that would qualify within those categories. For instance, Fairfax County lays out what the different rent ranges are for the different percentages of AMI, and it varies based on household size. So, one person household versus a 2, 3, 4, the range is according to those types of parameters.
Right. And what's the, I know you said 1 bedroom or 1 bedroom plus a loft. So what's the most number of people they're going to assume, or they're going to sort of allow in a unit? Up to 4, maybe?
Well,
I don't.
That's not part of the zoning, right? So that's not.
No.
I'm just wondering with the.
Really haven't gotten into those.
Yeah, got it. I'm sorry. That's a bit of a tangent based on what we're trying to determine tonight. Okay. All right. So I'm still just curious on the workforce concept. Again, in theory, it's great. I think 55%, that feels like a really solid amount. I'm not sure what to judge that on, but that seems good. And it could just be based on what they think the market will bear in terms of the rents, and that given that there'll be, 1 to 2 people per unit, that it fits in that workforce housing definitions. That's what I've extrapolated. Does that sound fair?
That sounds fair.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Okay, so I making sure I'm not on mute. So I think that next week, I know that the developer and the property owner will be available and probably have some short remarks that might clear up some of these questions. But I think it's important to remember that this is, as Signe said, the very first step, and most of those details that we are curious about will not be addressed in this issue, and will be addressed with future council looking at the rezoning and the site plan and all of those things. So if there's no more questions, we will move right on. All right, next is ordinance 20062 to consider a zoning map amendment, which is number 1902, 1145 Herndon Parkway, Park Place residential development to allow the redevelopment of the site with townhouses and multifamily residential uses. I believe we have our Deputy Director of Community Development, Bryce Perry, is here for the staff report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Bryce.
And I believe that our moderator will be pulling up the presentation here. They're kind of, some of our presentations tonight are quite big, so it takes a while to load up. There it is.
No, exactly. And also, I did want to note that I would never notice something like this, but there was an error on that was caught on one of our agendas. I think on Granicus, this was misnumbered, but the ordinance number, but it has been corrected if anybody caught that.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, so I am just going to go ahead and, am I driving here? Yes. Give me a second. Of course, my computer freezes while, okay, there we go. All right, jumping right in here with the case highlights. This case, zoning map amendment 19-02, proposes to change the zoning of the parcel located at 1145 Herndon Parkway from commercial office to, that's CO, to PDUR, that's planned development, urban residential, and allow the redevelopment of this site with a mixed housing residential use. The project would have 2 phases to allow for an interim retention of an existing leased office building on the site. It was scoped, programmed, and designed specifically to adhere to the intent, the vision, and the goals of the South Eldon Area Plan, as was incorporated into the town's 2030 comprehensive plan back in February of 2019. Doesn't seem that long ago, but it has been. This zoning map amendment, this is EMA, includes the request for 3 zoning modifications, which, if approved, allows for some specific and limited instances in which the proposed development is exempt from certain zoning regulations. And just as a reminder for this review, a ZMA is a rezoning application. It does include a generalized development plan, a GDP, and applicant proposed development proffers. If this does go through and is approved, there's then a by right site plan review that occurs, an architectural review board review that occurs, and then of course all of the permitting that occurs before any construction can actually commence for the project. In most cases, this legislative land use phase that we're living in right now with this case is really the first step to obtaining the necessary town approvals for development. However, in this case, the work really started with the work that was done on the South Eldon Area Plan, which this project really prompted, and then the subsequent zoning ordinance text amendment that created the PDUR zoning district, which of course this project now wishes to rezone to. So I am hopeful that there is some level of familiarity here for you with this. So let's orient ourselves here. The subject site outlined here in blue is near the southwest corner of the town, abutting the southern town property line or boundary line. It's about a mile to the downtown. It's a little over a mile to the Herndon Metro Station, and it's around 3/4 of a mile as the crow flies to the Innovation Metro Station. Take us a little bit in a little closer here. Here's the site. Again, outlined in blue. It's a single parcel. It's roughly 8.8 acres. It's improved with 4 underutilized 1-story office buildings and surface parking. It's located along Herndon Parkway, has about 650 linear feet of frontage along the parkway, and it's about 450 feet from the parkway's intersection with Eldon Street. It's wedged between the back of the Eldon Street Marketplace Shopping Center to the east and the Four Seasons Townhouse neighborhood to the west. Okay, I've already mentioned a few times the South Eldon Area Plan. That plan was incorporated into the 2030 Comprehensive Plan as Comp Plan Amendment 18-01. That area plan, as adopted, called for a vision of the corridor that included a vibrant mix of uses, a diversity of housing choices, attractive retail serving nearby residential, and the inclusion of pedestrian and bicycle-friendly infrastructure. The comprehensive plan amendment changed the parcels within the area plan to either adaptive, which is the area shaded in red on the image on the left here, or adaptive residential, which are the two areas that are shaded in orange on the image on the left. The CPA Comprehensive Plan Amendment also created 5 land use tiers that guide the densities and the allowed uses for the various sub areas of the plan. The image on the right shows those different tiers. So the subject site, again outlined here in blue, has an adaptive residential land use designation and is included in the Tier 2 transitional urban residential category, which supports townhouses and 2/2s at an 18 to 20 dwelling units per acre, and is meant to function as a transition site between residential and mixed use areas. Here is an image of the overall plan being proposed. This shows the locations of the townhouses in dark gray and stacked units, which are in light gray. The denser and the larger buildings of the stacked units, those are consolidated along the eastern side of the parcel to help with that transition from the shopping center and the higher densities that are allowed in the area plan to the residential neighborhoods to the west and to the north. The development program includes a density of 16 dwelling units per acre, and with 2 housing types. There's 85 3-story single-family attached or townhomes, and 46 4-story 2/2 units, which you might hear referred to as stacked townhouses. So that's a total of 141 total units. The building coverage sits at around 30%. The open space is at around 31%. That does include a new publicly accessible park along Herndon Parkway and a few other private park areas. Parking is handled with garage spaces, with private driveways and private on-street parking. And vehicle access is gained from a single entrance off of Herndon Parkway, aligned with the existing intersection with Cypress Tree Place. As mentioned, this is being proposed as a 2-phase development for full build out or phase 2. And that's what's shown in the larger of these 2 images. That includes the full 141 units. The phase 1, which is the smaller image, includes that interim retention of one office building, as it's shown here in the image. So, jump over this one. So phase 1 includes the same 46 stacked units, but 30 less townhouses, and those are outlined here in blue. So a total of 111 units for phase 1. The applicant did take care to develop phase 1 around the office building while still providing most of the open spaces for the development and most of the pedestrian and vehicle connections in the development. All right, I'm going to move into the design of the project. The open space design is largely defined by the private street network with traditional streetscapes and the provision of 5 small park areas. One of these, as I mentioned, would be fully accessible to the public. That park outlined here in blue along Herndon Parkway would open up to Herndon Parkway, the Herndon Parkway streetscape, which does include a new 2-way cycle track. This image shows renderings of, these are the 2 images on the right, renderings of what the park and the streetscape would look like, of course, conceptually. The other park areas include 2 lawn courtyard areas internal to the site. Those would be private, and a tot lot with playground equipment near the rear of the site, also private. There's also a linear park, and that's the park outlined in yellow along the western and southern boundaries of the project. That would include a publicly accessible path through it. For the building design, both the stacked units, which is what is shown here, and the townhouses are very contemporary in style. The stacked units would be around 50 feet in height and have the option for rooftop decks. They do have garages and a balcony for the bottom units and an inset patio space for the top units. And you can see that in the smaller image here. That's the rear elevation at the bottom. The townhouses shown here would be around 40 feet in height with garages and balconies in the rear. And like the stacked units, they really will be comprised mostly of brick and fiber cement siding or paneling on those front and most side elevations. All right, there we go. There's some transportation items that I wanted to emphasize here. A traffic impact analysis was completed for this project. It concluded that the project would provide an overall reduction in daily trips from the current by right use. This is not surprising, given that office use does produce more traffic as modeled than residential uses do. The catch, though, here, and I just wanted to point this out, is that because the existing site is so underutilized, the actual traffic is very low today. So with this development, there will be an increase in traffic from the actual existing conditions as we see them today. But again, that will still be significantly below the traffic that could be generated if the site was being more utilized today. So that's essentially how modeling is done in that way. We account for the highest possible traffic generation that would be possible by the by right use. And that's the industry standard way to do it. And that's how it's been done here. Another thing to point out is that the traffic signal at the new intersection is not warranted. In this case, we did ask the applicant's traffic consultant to provide the warrant analysis, which they did. And we did have that reviewed by the town's traffic consultant. And they did similarly conclude that the traffic signal was not warranted at this time. The project does allow for the provision of a potential future vehicle connection to the property to the east, the shopping center property. If and when that property redevelops, it is possible, I would say, that if that occurs, the traffic signal may be warranted, but we really have no knowledge at this time of when and if that may happen. Also, there's more parking provided than required under the recently adopted PDUR zoning district. That district requires a 2.33 parking spaces per unit, and the applicant is providing a 2.62 parking spaces per unit. That includes 2 spaces for each stacked unit, 1 in the driveway, 1 in the garage, and either 2 or 4 spaces for each townhouse, depending on whether or not it has a driveway. And then 56 additional private on-street parking spaces. So parking is always a problem. So we wanted to make sure that was clear here. Lastly, the next slide will show this a little bit better, but there are several walking and biking facilities that are being provided here, some of which do allow for future access to adjoining sites, which we do feel is important given the proximity of this project to a metro station. So again, this slide shows those connections, those pedestrian connections that go around and along and through the site, including one connection which is marked by the orange path here. This was added based on Planning Commission comments to provide an east-west mid-parcel crossing. So that came out of the Planning Commission review. I also wanted to point out that on this slide, the purple area is actually the future vehicle connection. It would cut through the site in that way and then connect up with the property to the east. Immediately abutting that vehicle connection, you'll see a blue line. That is another pedestrian path And that is another one that has had some adjustments because of the Planning Commission review. A comment was made that there should be a connection that is made at the time of redevelopment of this property to the property to the east to allow for the new residents of this development to have access, easier access to the businesses in the shopping center. And so the applicant has changed the application since the Planning Commission public hearing to account for that allowance or that commitment to make that physical connection at the location marked by that blue line. That would still hinder on the adjoining property owner, the owner of the shopping center, to come in and complete that connection. However, at this time, that is a change that the applicant has made based on that Planning Commission review. Okay, as I mentioned, the project does include the provision of development proffers. There are 25 of them in this case. Most, I would say, are generally typical for these types of rezoning cases. There are, however, a handful of the proffers. They're highlighted here in, it's supposed to be orange, but I think it looks more yellow here. These include specific provisions for open space designs, future transportation connections, Herndon Parkway right-of-way items, and a proffer addressing universal design, which is specifically called for in the zoning ordinance. There's also cash contributions here. Those are underlined. Those are for offsite, Town of Herndon offsite recreational facilities, one for Herndon, Pyramid, Fairfax County Public Schools, and one for Town of Herndon public safety facilities or equipment. Okay, a few more items to go through here before we can get to the recommendation. Apart from the modifications being proposed, the applicable zoning regulations are met. So I haven't had a chance to go through those yet, so I'll do that here. In this case, there are 3 modifications that are requested. These would allow for a partial reduction of a side setback on the eastern side of the project, a partial increase in the required front setback that's on the front of the property along Herndon Parkway, and the location of mechanical equipment on the ground, and that's specifically for the lower level of the stacked units. Staff is supportive of each of these modifications as requested, and we do believe that they do not run counter in any way to the purpose and the intent of the PDUR zoning district. The project is compliant with the applicable provisions set forth in the comp plan, and more specifically in the South Elton area plan as incorporated into the comp plan. As with any rezoning application, there are certain reviewing agencies at the staff level that review submissions really before there is agreement to move the case forward to the Planning Commission and then Town Council. 2 very important reviews are those from engineering and those from transportation. Given the technical level of those reviews, it's often that additional time is necessary. And for this case, those reviews were ongoing during the Planning Commission work session, but those were completed prior to Planning Commission's public hearing, and there were no further issues raised, and the previous issues had been addressed by that time. I reviewed the provision of ample accommodations for cyclists and pedestrians earlier with you. This has become an area of strength for the case, especially with the last 2 changes made to address the Planning Commission comments as I discussed. And the ARB has completed its informal review of the building design and has expressed general support for the design and concept. ARB staff did have a few specific design comments that the board agreed with. Those were included in your staff report. However, really, as it was left with the ARB, there was an expectation that those specific items would be further addressed as the design is refined and as the project returns and when the project returns to the ARB for its formal review. And lastly, for the Planning Commission review, I've mentioned the comments regarding the pedestrian connections. In addition, the Planning Commission sought clarity on the traffic analysis, and they were provided that clarity by the applicant. They expressed concern for the use of vinyl siding and its durability on the rear and on the side elevations. although it was mentioned that that might be an issue that's better addressed by the Architectural Review Board. The applicant does plan on using vinyl siding on the rear of the units and on some of the side elevations. The Planning Commission sought clarity on the intended market for the housing, which the applicant explained would be for sale, market rated, and comprised of smaller units, approximately 1,500 square feet to 2,200 square feet. The Planning Commission also sought clarity on the disposition of the office building to remain in phase one, specifically how long it will be leased, and really when is the potential for phase two to occur. The applicant did clarify that the office building has two tenants, Verizon and GSA, and there are leases for 5 years and with an option for another 5. Upon request by the Planning Commission, the applicant further clarified that the proffers do not include a sunset clause that would prohibit any new or any extended leases. So really, even though the developer is under contract with the property owner to redevelop the entire site, when phase two would actually occur is a bit open-ended at this time. Okay, so accounting for that analysis, at this time, staff is recommending approval of the case, ZMA number 19-02, in accordance with the draft resolution that has been provided. The project aligns with what was intended with the area plan and with the recently adopted zoning ordinance text amendment for the PDUR. It revitalizes an underutilized space, and it secures an appropriate transitional land use for the property. The proffers, as intended, do soften the impact of the development, and they do provide specific controls that can help ensure that the project is built as proposed and as expected. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Bryce. I wanted to point out, we have quite a few people who are logged in watching this meeting. So I wanted to point out from a process perspective that prior to this coming before us tonight as a zoning map amendment, we had already done a comprehensive plan amendment and approved the small area plan, which is the same sort of thing that we just were reviewing for the Residence Inn. So what we're doing tonight looking at tonight for the Park Place is the same type of next step that will happen for the Residence Inn property. So I know it's confusing and it takes a long time. So I certainly had audience members that might not have realized that. So we are getting into the details on this project, which I know everybody's excited about. So what questions do we have for Bryce or anyone else? And I do believe next week we will have the applicant available for comments and answering questions. Anybody? Cesar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's Councilmember Delega. Mr. Perry, thank you for that presentation. At any time, I mean, I didn't see it, so I got to ask, through planning or by the applicant, was there workforce housing mentioned?
Workforce housing, no. A mention of a comment of intending to address the missing middle is something that had come up more specifically in relation to the review by the Architectural Review Board. There was a discussion regarding certain materials and the durability of those materials, and the applicant did reference that the housing typology that they would like to develop here with this project is intended to be geared towards something that was referenced by the applicant as the missing middle, but specific to workforce housing, no, it is not something that had come up.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for staff on this item? Signe. There you go. I think you're unmuted now. There you are.
Yeah, I think my keyboard died. I have a couple of concerns, well, a lot of concerns. First of all, the cut through that was created by the Planning Commission or suggested by the Planning Commission, isn't that something that we received some negative comment from the people who lived in an adjacent residential area? They were worried that people cut through their property. Walter specifically.
There has been there has been some comments and concerns that have been voiced on a more general level regarding pedestrian connectivity in that area and public access through the existing private properties. And what this project does is that it secures the potential for that to happen. It does not say that it absolutely will happen. If you take a close look at the proffers, you'll see that there's sort of the way that the allowance for these connections are built into there sort of requires the receiving properties to also agree to it. So it wasn't just Four Seasons. It was the HOA of the neighborhood to the south of this in the county that also wanted to make sure that they were at least part of the conversation moving forward if those connections actually do get made. And so I think that the way the proffers are written, it sort of protects the interests of the offsite properties and includes them in on any future discussions for actually making that physical connection in the future. We certainly don't want anybody to build a sidewalk that ends at the property line that isn't then received by another sidewalk. So we wouldn't do that. So the applicant in this case is not going to be physically building any of those connections to the property line. They will just be providing easements for that future connection to occur, with the exception of the one I mentioned that would connect to the property to the east into the shopping center. But in
that's the H Mart. Yeah, correct. That's the H Mart shopping center. Okay.
Does that answer your question?
It answers that one, yeah. I'm also concerned because some of the properties when we build or when we allow people to build residential up against a shopping center, sometimes there's a little bit of a difficulty selling those properties, and that decreases their value. So are there any noise or anything in this? And I'm not sure that I'm asking at the right point of development. So, but is there a wall between or any way at all to protect the people who live in these condos from the traffic of the adjacent shopping center? Because it sounds like we're trying to increase the movement back and forth, which leads me to believe we're not doing anything about that.
There's a landscape buffer between the proposed development and the back of the shopping center, which also has a little bit of a landscape buffer on the other side. But there's no walls. The proffers do not account for any sort of noise abatement or attenuation built into the units themselves. Mm-hmm. So that is not further addressed in what is being proposed. Now, of course, the Edens site, the shopping center site, was part of the area plan, which, frankly, one of the main reasons for the area plan was to find a way to, open up the area a little bit, incentivize redevelopment a little bit. So we certainly don't expect the current shopping center to be there forever. That would be an area that we would we have identified as a potential for redevelopment. So it's not always going to be the back of a shopping center. The area plan does allow for a little bit more density and a mix of uses there.
Okay, so okay. That sounds, how wide is the landscaping buffer zone? I know you showed us the map, but I didn't really get it. And also you said one of the areas they wanted to make a thinner buffer area. So was that the one that is adjacent to the shopping center?
It is, but the area where they want to make it narrower is up closer to Herndon Parkway. And that's largely because if you look at the property line on the east side, it sort of jogs in a little bit in one area. But let me, Jess, can you pull up the presentation again so I can reference the plan and take a look at that landscaping? There we go. I believe it's somewhere in the 15-foot range for the majority of that length, and then in addition to the buffer requirements that are then on the shopping center side. Okay, so it would be in addition to that.
That sounds like a reasonable buffer to me, but I'm no expert. The last thing I wanted to mention was the traffic issue, because it seems I know that the by right traffic, the generation of traffic that an office building should have generated but did not, is when residential is built there, it'll be less than the by right amount. But that seems to me to be a kind of a, if you'll forgive me, sort of a weaselly way of discussing the increase in traffic, because there will be a significant increase in traffic. I've lived here for over 20 years, and I've never seen anyone coming or going from that office building. When people live there, they will be fairly often, and so that makes me question the idea that we would not need a traffic signal there. But I'm just putting that one out there. That's more of a comment than a question, so forgive me. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the point is if the office building were fully rented, there would be a lot more traffic than there is today. It's a similar situation to when the Kmart redeveloped into the Sprouts and the Lifetime Fitness, where there was an underutilized parking lot before, and if COVID hadn't happened, there would be a lot more traffic there right now. But I do see what you're saying. Other questions on this project for Bryce? Okay, seeing none, that brings us to item number 5, which is ordinance 20061. Oh, I'm sorry, yes?
I was waiting.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't see you, Sheila. Go ahead. I apologize.
Okay, no problem. It may have been Cleo in front of me, so she's been attending the meeting tonight. So I've got several things that I'm sure you've thought about, Bryce, as well as the rest of the staff. How is this going to affect our business to residential ratio? Because with this having, I think, about 130 residential, and then also the previous discussion, 168, how is that looking for our residential to business ratio?
The ratio in regards to land use, or in regards to tax base?
Tax base.
We haven't, my office does not maintain a current and up-to-date list of the commercial to the non-residential to residential tax base. I will say that at least under phase 1, with the 2 big tenants over in the one building still there, the town's not going to see a big drop off.
Right.
I'm not sure if how utilized those other 3 buildings are, if at all. But I think this, in the grand scheme, this is not going to be, this is not going to really move that needle really largely in one way or the other. But that's certainly information that we can get back to you on.
Okay.
Yeah, we may be able to get that from the economic development manager.
Good idea.
Go ahead, Sheila.
And I think this is definitely more up your alley. When we added the single family homes, which was, I think a couple of individuals sold property that was developed behind where the Mom's Organic Market is today, we are constantly getting complaints because of the HVAC. Is there anything built into these townhomes that's going to help soundproof it? Now, if they're sitting outside on their decks, there's not much you can do about it. But if they're in their homes, will there be adequate, will the windows be sufficient, and will the insulation in the townhomes, sort of like what we have down in the downtown area with Friday Night Live?
There's nothing in the proffers that specifically say that that specific sound attenuating materials have to be used in the construction of these units. So that is not something that has been currently raised or addressed by the applicant, raised by staff or addressed by the applicant. I would say that the shopping center is a lot further back from the property line than the Herndon Center is from its rear property line. So there's a proximity. It's not really apples to apples between the 2 shopping centers. It's a much longer distance. And quite frankly, I mean, if there are HVAC systems that go in and that shopping center that do not meet the town standards for noise, then that's something that the town can go in and enforce to make sure that the proper enclosure and the proper sound attenuation materials are added to those mechanical units to make sure that they do meet what is required. But and oftentimes when we go through these efforts, airplane noise and insect noise and other things and being louder than the units in most cases. So I do think that the applicant is listening, and it may be something to discuss further, though I do think that the distance from these units to the back of that shopping center, given how greater that is than the Herndon Center to its rear property line, I do think that makes quite a difference.
Okay. That's fair. And the truck noise with the Moms and the other businesses that were along the back of that facility, have also been a big issue with noise at night. Are we going to now impact the commercial business because the residential went in? Are they going to have new rules as to what time they can accept deliveries?
That's not something that we can regulate through this case at all. Those are all off-site operational conditions. If the applicant and the developer want to reach out to the property owner and see if they'd be willing to listen to those requests, then that would be wonderful. And but that would certainly not be something that we can address or regulate through this process.
Okay. Well, we know we'll hear from them if they go through at 6 in the morning. Mm-hmm. And the school-age children, did we get a guesstimate from Fairfax County on that? It wasn't in your report. I'm sure it was previously. And yes, if you don't know that off the top of your head.
The financial contribution being offered for Fairfax County Public Schools. That number is directly tied to the Fairfax County Public Schools formula.
Okay.
So that has been addressed.
And was that about in line percent-wise with the other development, or would it be higher? Because the other development, the one at Eldon and Herndon Parkway, has studios and one bedrooms with lofts. So these are going to be a little larger, so they could accommodate more people.
Yeah, the ratios are a little different depending on the housing size.
All right. And I'm sure the traffic light will come. I did live in Four Seasons in the Autumn Glen development. And shortly before I moved to this part of town, which was over, 11 years, we finally got one. So it does take a while to get those traffic lights in there, but I'm sure they'll come when appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Okay, anybody else have questions? And I'm going to look more carefully this time, so I totally missed Sheila. Anybody else questions? Okay, thank you very much. So then we'll move right to our next item, which is Ordinance 20061, to consider an amendment to the Town of Herndon zoning ordinance, SOTA 20-01, to change the name of the Heritage Preservation Overlay District to the Historic District Overlay. And I believe we have our zoning administrator, David Stromberg, for this item. And just to be clear, the next item following this one is the consideration of all of the revised guidelines. So this is kind of a precursor to the next item.
Good evening, Mayor Merkel and all the members of the Town Council. I'm David Stromberg, the zoning administrator, and I do have zoning text amendment ZOTA 20-01, which is an amendment to the formerly named Heritage Preservation District, which is Chapter 60.3 of the zoning ordinance. This came to you in September for initiation, has been to the Planning Commission, and is now coming back to you. So I'm going to run through a summary of some of the changes with this ZOTA. Next slide. All right, so one of the things we changed was the name of the district. So Heritage Preservation Overlay District will become the Historic District Overlay. Heritage Preservation Review Board will be the Historic District Review Board, and the Heritage Preservation Handbook will become the Historic District Overlay Guidelines if this ordinance is adopted. And that's where a lot of the red lines are in this text amendment, because you have to make those changes throughout every single section of the zoning ordinance. Next slide. So another component we did change with this text amendment is longer approvals for a certificate of appropriateness. Currently, if you have an approved certificate of appropriateness, it's only valid for 1 year before it expires. And you do have the option to request an extension to that approved certificate of appropriateness. But a little strangely, you still have to go back before the board to actually get that approval granted for the second year. So what we're doing is making a change in the ordinance so that if you get an approval, then it's good for a 5-year period. And the reason to do that is to tie it in with similar administrative approvals, mostly site plans, which would be for any type of residential or commercial new construction. Again, a site plan is mandated to be valid for 5 years from the state. So if you have a certificate of appropriateness with it, it just made sense to put that together so that they have the same timelines. We've had about, I think, 7 extensions within the past 2 years that have had to go back to the board. And I think one where they missed their time frame to request the extension, so then had to go back before the board again anyway. So really this is intended to save some time and money for the applicants to have to go through. If they get an approval, then it would be good for 5 years. And these approvals are typically you're submitting the same thing, and I think everyone who's requested an extension for their approval has been approved for it. Next slide. Another thing that we changed was the definition of an alteration versus a new construction. So if you're altering less than 49% or 49% or less of a facade or the actual structure of the building, then that's just an alteration. If you're doing more than 49%, then that's going to be looked at as new construction. So as you can see with this image here on the right, you have a building and the area in red, that's what you want to change on that building. So if you want to completely redo the top of that building, under the current language, you could lop that off, do different things to it, completely change the shape. That would just be an alteration to it. Now, if you wanted to do significant changes to that portion of it, that would be looked at as new construction. And what that means is that just directs you to different sections of the guidelines. Which section do you use in the guidelines, alterations and new construction? So that's really the purpose of making that change. Next slide. And this change may be the biggest one and what I think a lot of people are most excited about. And this is allowing administrative approvals for a certificate of appropriateness. Currently, almost every single item has to go before the board to get approval. Under the language change, it would allow for administrative approvals of certain types of work. And so what those types of work are, additions to the rear of the property, that can now be a staff approval. It wouldn't be something that would have to go before the board. Adding an accessory structure to the rear of your property, that's something that, again, it would be administrative approval, wouldn't have to go to the board like it currently does. And then material replacement. So if you're changing siding, changing windows, or changing the material on your roof, that would now be an administrative approval instead of having to go to the board. If you're building a brand new house, brand new building, and you're in the district, that's still going to be board approval. If you're doing an addition that's right on the front of the house, facing the street, that's still going to go before the board. But those other items will be able to be administratively approved. Next slide. This went before the Planning Commission, as I said, in October, and they did recommend approval. Staff is recommending that the council approve this ordinance next week, which again is number 20-01, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. What questions do we have for Mr. Stromberg? Pradeep.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Stromberg, for a great presentation. My question is, just to make sure everybody listening to us, watching us also, gets on the same page. I just wanted to understand what was the rationale behind, or what prompted the name change from heritage to historic?
That came up, I believe, at the first meeting. It was a joint meeting of the Heritage Review Board and the Town Council when the consultants were here. Both the council and the board and a number of members from the public had expressed a desire to have that name changed so that it wasn't a heritage district, which really has no legal meaning or differentiation from historic. So the community wanted historic. Historic matches with what the Code of Virginia uses. So staff was supportive of that as well.
All right, thank you. And the expiration time frame for the COA, obviously the good side is it saves money, it saves time. Is there any potential downside to that expiration date time frame from 1 year to 5 year when we change that? Is there any potential downside you foresee with that?
We went through that a little bit amongst the staff and with the consultants. There is still the option to put on the condition of approval it can be conditioned where it needs to happen in a shorter period of time if that's directly related to that specific project. So the board can shorten that time frame for a specific case, but otherwise the general is it would go to 5 years. But if there's something inherently unique about a certain situation, that option still remains.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. And I have one more question, which is, you talked about the less than 49% change is more like alteration. And if you do more than 49% change, then it's considered a new construction. So in terms of percentage, was it specified in the current language, anything in terms of percentage before and then we changed to 49%?
There weren't any percentages in the current language.
There weren't any. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's my question. Appreciate your answers.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Who's next? Jen.
Yeah. Pretty fast. So that was helpful. Just continuing on the 49%, I had written that down as well. Maybe this is obvious, but how is it going to be obvious to a homeowner how to calculate 49%? What that means exactly?
Yeah, it's really just kind of your length, width, and height, adding those up. I don't know. Again, it may be, it depends on the homeowner's background. We try to illustrate a little bit in the guidelines, but when it comes in for staff to evaluate, that's where we would figure out what that number is, let them know. And again, it doesn't necessarily mean it's easier or harder. It just points you to the correct chapter within the guidelines. I mean, if you're doing some work to your house and adding an addition onto it, you may not know, oh, should I be looking in the alteration section or should I be looking at new construction? It could be either one. Well, now we can figure it out, just do the math and say it's going to be evaluated based on this chapter or that chapter.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, because I was thinking if they're doing siding and windows and and I guess I'm questioning that we're calling it new construction when it still is an alteration to an existing home. Feels like there should be a third category, but I don't want to overcomplicate it. And obviously, if that's what folks that are experts in this field have decided, then I'm okay with that. But it feels a little confusing to me if I'm altering my existing home that I'm going into new construction section.
Yeah, it really came about where we would see people putting additions on their house, which is larger than the original house, and there was pretty much nothing left. And it didn't really meet an alteration at that point. So we just wanted to try to define that point.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, overall, this makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Questions or comments? Anybody? Cesar. I thought I saw Signe, but maybe okay.
Thank you, Mayor. It's Councilman.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Stromberg, for that overview. Would you say that we're going down the path where I think most people want to be, and I'm saying that in reference and in context with having spoken with a lot of people over the last couple months. People want more freedom to choose how they could repair and fix their homes. And so I guess moving to an admin staff approval, does that accomplish that, in your opinion?
I think probably the best way to answer that is the guidelines really speak to that. What this ordinance change does is speed up the process and hopefully kind of reduce the bureaucracy a little bit and your time frames, because you're not going to a board, a staff report isn't being prepared, it's coming in, staff reviews it, and then you can go through, either get your comments, get your approval. So it's more the process is being shortened with the text amendment.
So it's not necessarily addressing their choices. It's just getting them through the approval or rejection process faster.
The choices, yeah, that's more part of the next item, which are the guidelines, where it really gets into that. But in the zoning ordinance side, it's really dealing more with the process.
But shouldn't we at least address or move to where the foundation is able to accommodate? I mean, I don't have the answer. There's a lot of comments floating around in my mind, and I think people want certainly that balance, right? They want to certainly be able to, I mean, I think this is good that we're having this discussion. I'm just not clear that we're putting in place something that's going to provide flexibility for people to have those choices. And if this approval process is supposed to make that faster or scale it where people get the yes or no decision quicker, I'm okay with that. But I just want to make sure that the changes that are coming are really the changes that are we're going to be allowed to do, that this doesn't somehow hinder the follow-on discussions that we're going to have.
Yeah, I don't see any way where it would hinder it. It's kind of enabling that next step, and the details are there more in the guidelines.
Is it fair to say that the guidelines are addressing materials and choices and that sort of thing, and it also allows for more administrative approvals, but we have to change this ordinance because right now we don't allow very many administrative approvals? Is that correct?
Yeah, I got that part. I guess let me ask it this way. Is staff approval versus board approval, is that going to create a whole different set of problems? Because you have maybe one or two people potentially approving versus a slower process of a board approving, right? I mean, it seems that, one or two people approving something in a process versus a board. I get the pros and cons of that, but are we kind of shifting the problem and creating something else is what I guess that's what I'm grappling with.
Yeah, I can answer that. Both staff and the board will be making their decision based on the guidelines, and then the applicant can, if they would choose to, want to go to the board instead of staff and take that longer process. That's an option. So that still does exist if somebody really wanted to go that route.
No, I maybe I'm being a little bit paranoid, but it just seems that if I have a great relationship with a staff member, my chances might be good to get stuff approved versus, this other person that I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying that's an exposure when we're moving it from this board bucket to this individual or staff bucket.
Madam Mayor, you're muted.
Sorry, I said I have great confidence in our professional staff to handle this professionally, and I'm not worried about that at all.
Well,
thank you for letting me know I was unmuted.
Right, but I'm asking the question because I've heard from a lot of people, and I plan on being part of this solution going forward. So that's why I'm asking the question. I'm not trying to offend anyone. I'm just asking sort of the logic with moving it into a potential individual or couple of staff approval versus the board. I get the timeline savings, I get that, but look, we're all human beings. We sometimes don't think about the things we do and the impact of them. So that's why I'm asking the questions.
Well, that is certainly true. I stand by my statement with the staff and their professionalism. I'm not concerned about that at all.
I'm not questioning the staff, Madam Mayor, I'm not questioning the staff's professionalism. I'm merely asking what is a concern that I've heard repeatedly from folks out there. And again, I'm putting in the context with, does it make sense? I get the time value savings, and I'm just asking the question.
I think we understand your question. Did you have another question, or are we ready to move to Signe?
I think we'll just leave this to the next council, but thank you.
Signe.
Oh, it worked this time. So I really love this. I I have been talking to people over the years about the process of getting things approved. And administrative approvals may open us up to somebody being upset with the staff, but they're already that way with the board. And if the staff is comfortable with it, I don't see a problem. The 49% or less, you know, I'm with Councilmember Baker on that one. It's you can kind of see how getting out your tape measure and measuring all the little bits of the building might be a bit more than people are up for, but I do think it's a good solution. So I'm in favor of it as well. I was one of the people who wanted to change the name from heritage preservation to historic district. And my reason was a little bit different from some of the other ones. I just thought that the term heritage had started to take on a kind of a dusty, slightly racist, not intentionally so, but feel. So I was very happy on an aesthetic ground that we were considering changing that. And I'm very grateful to the staff because I know they had to find all kinds of different places where we had said heritage and mess around with that. I do think, though, maybe I need to see the list of things that can be changed again by administrative choice. Because if you go to the staff and say, you know, I want to replace my windows with something that looks just like what I have here. Here's what it is. You know, there seems to be no reason for this to wait for 2 or 3 months, which is what happens right now. If you decide to make that change for whatever reason, maybe somebody threw a ball through your window or whatever it is, and you have to go to the HPRB to several meetings and so forth, that slows you down and it creates a hostility that I ran into several times while I was standing in line with the voters. I had one lady who was extremely angry, and it had been about a year. And she said, well, you know, I got a certificate of appropriateness and then it expired because the staff didn't do something fast enough. And it turned out that she'd actually had the permission, but there was something going on with her contractor. And it was very, very, I would say, complicated. And I do not think it would be solved by her going to anyone. I think it was just so much difficulty and so many different things she had to do that she became frustrated, and there was no way to appease her. Because I think the staff did a great job. I think she did all the things she was supposed to do, but it just wore her out. So having an administrative approval to me is a great thing. And I will leave it there, but thank you.
Thank you. I think I saw Sheila.
And I'm unmuted with no cats. So great presentation. Thank you very much. I do like the fact that we've got quite a few things that can be moved to staff approval. I can tell you, I just lived in an HOA quite a few years ago in Herndon, and we would have to go to the architectural review board if we changed any paint on our brand new houses, and that would take months. So having administrative approval, and once they got tired of hearing us all, they started an administrative, here's the color plat. If you go with these colors, you're fine. So I think this is going to work out very well. I did meet with a 10-year business owner today who has her business in the historic district. And she talked about it was stressful when she went through meeting all the guidelines, but then she raved about the fact that she knows every business that comes in is going to have to be scrutinized just like she was, and that her neighbors are going to have the same look and feel. So she really appreciated being in the historic district. And then a couple of new neighbors that I've met that have moved in the town in the last year that live in the historic district and went through processes. They were very complimentary of how the staff worked with them on some things that they were doing. And that's usually been my experience too. I've only been here 30 years, so I'm sure there's other people longer that might have different experience, but I find the staff pretty helpful. Even when I got a shed and I'm not in the historic district, I wanted to make sure I placed it in the appropriate place. They were great, gave me my dimensions and where I could put it. I didn't want to put a shed somewhere and have to move it later. Too expensive. But anyway, I think it looks like a great plan, and I'm looking forward to seeing this go forward. And I think a lot of people are going to be pretty happy.
Thank you. Any other questions on this particular item before we move into the guidelines? All right, great. Thank you. Moving right along. Number 6 this evening is Resolution 20G51 to consider the adoption of revised Heritage Preservation District guidelines. And I think this is Bryce Perry, once again, our Deputy Director of Community Development. The moment we've all been waiting for, Bryce.
Oh boy. Hello, everyone again. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let the presentation load here. Give it a minute. Staff is super excited to have the draft new district guidelines before you. That's probably an understatement. As you are well aware, this has been a long time in the works and is certainly a very important need for the town. My presentation is relatively short. I'm going to give you a little bit of the background, then I'm going to go into some highlights of the proposed guidelines, detailing the ways in which it feels and the way in which we feel it's an improvement from the current guidelines, and detailing the ways in which the document is designed to be used not only by property owners, but also by the staff and by the review board. And for consistency with the terms being used here and as referenced by the earlier zoning ordinance text amendment being proposed, I will be referring to these as the historic district guidelines and the historic district. So there's 2 main points I want to focus on here for the background information. The first is that the guidelines are referenced in the zoning ordinance. Mr. Stromberg just kind of went through some of that. Section 7860.3 states that the guidelines must be applied when improvements or changes are made to properties within the district. It's that reference that authorizes the staff and authorizes the review board the ability to use those guidelines as a basis for its review and its evaluation of the applications that come in. Second, the existing guidelines are really old, like almost historic in their own right old, over 30 years old. And so while they have been useful in some ways over the years, they are outdated, and they have become a real challenge to applicants and board members and staff. As you might expect from a document of that vintage, it's text heavy, it's narrative based, and it has some but nowhere near enough visuals to help support the content. It also has some significant gaps in pertinent information, particularly how non-contributing or non-historic buildings should be treated in the district. It's also very rigid on the use of traditional materials and does not account for the use of suitable modern replacement materials. Another big problem, especially for staff and for the review board, is that it melds together design guidelines, preservation best practices, and background information that has really confused exactly what parts of the document should specifically be considered when evaluating an application for a change to a property. That problem is exacerbated by the organization of the document, which requires you to consult multiple sections that contain overlapping information and overlapping guidance. So these issues create just too much gray area for the reviewers and too much gray area for the applicants, which can then, of course, lead to unintentional inconsistency in the reviews and unintended confusion as to what the basis of those reviews are. So this needs to be addressed, and we need this update, or should I say we need this replacement document to address those issues. I want to point out here before I do move on that the issues that I just went through was based on years of observation and input from town staff, from board members, input from council members, and most importantly, lots of feedback from the public, the property owners, the applicants, those that have sat on the other side of the table during the review and really have that firsthand knowledge of maintaining and improving a property within the historic district. So how are the proposed guidelines different from the existing ones? For starters, from beginning to end, it is meant to be presented in a more user-friendly format with color-coded chapters, with more concise information, with increased reliance on visuals to help support the concepts and the guidelines and the recommendations that are presented. The new format reorganizes the information. It moves a lot of the sort of ancillary material to an appendix and really lets the reader get to the preservation in the design guidelines faster. It also separates the various types of guidance. So you no longer have this sort of one big bucket of guidance that needs to be sifted through to find the relevant guidelines. There are now really clear subsections that are divided up by who the primary audience is and what type of information is being conveyed. There is also increased flexibility in replacement of new material options. This change might seem a bit simple, a bit straightforward. In some ways it is, but it really is one of the principal ways in which this new document diverts from how historic district guidelines have been handled in the past. It is a departure from the traditional preservation practices, and honestly, it's been one of the trickier changes to make here for this. But it is a change that we are trying to make nonetheless, because that rigidity of material use really has repeatedly been identified as a challenge for the district property owners. Also, one last thing that's on this list, I wrote inclusion of a resource guide. It's actually a bit of a mistake. The resource guide is not included in the guidelines. It instead was created as a standalone document that serves a bit of a different purpose than the guidelines. And I'll talk about that a little more in a few slides. A quick recap of the project's history. Of course, it was scoped to address those needs I mentioned, and with that scope, the town sought consultants for the project through an RFP process. We hired 2 Virginia firms, work program architects, and Commonwealth Preservation Group. They became our project team, and they were tasked with developing the guidelines and taking it through a public review process. They developed and implemented an iterative process with a series of public events, which are listed in the staff report. There was a consultant open house and business owners meeting, and a public workshop. There was also a joint HPRB and town council work session. And then there was also the recent virtual public meeting that was held. So with each of these events, the consultant really wanted to make sure they heard from as many stakeholders as possible. Those tasked with evaluating the applications, those who have submitted applications, the property owners, council members, board members, and then with all of that input, find those common themes and seek to really best understand how the new guidelines needed to be based on that feedback. So let's take a quick look as to what is inside the document. I mentioned the new format and the new organization. This is a screen cap here of the table of contents that shows that new organization and that color coding. There's really 4 main groups of content in these guidelines as proposed. There's background information in the first few chapters that cover topics like the history of development in the district's period of significance, district boundaries, differences between contributing and non-contributing buildings in the district, some information on the review board, and a synopsis of the application process for improving and for changing district properties. There's also chapters that explain in more detail the types of buildings that are included in the district. These chapters go through the common building types and styles, the character defining components of those types and styles. And next, most importantly, there are chapters dealing with how to treat buildings in the district. And by treat, I mean how to maintain, how to repair, how to preserve, and also how to improve and update and alter in ways that do not greatly change the overall character of the building, the overall character of the district. I mentioned this before, but I'll say it here again because it is important. These chapters are divided into subsections that separate the recommendations for maintenance and repair, and those are specifically designed for use by the property owners. and the design guidelines for when alterations are being proposed. And those are specifically written for use by the staff and for board members for evaluating the various applications. Those are also intended to be used by the property owners and their representatives that are looking to make some changes to their property and really want to understand what that basis of evaluation for appropriateness is. And then lastly, there is an appendix, which really is the collection of a lot of the, as I mentioned before, a lot of that ancillary information, such as definitions, information on federal and state tax credit programs for rehabilitation, references to the state code, and even a cyclical maintenance checklist for property owners. So that is a rundown of what is in the document, what is not in the document. For one, it does not include the resource guide, as I mentioned before. This is a separate document that is not part of the guidelines, not part of this review, though it will serve as an important companion document to the guidelines. The resource guide will offer a toolkit for property owners. It has numerous links to relevant online sources and summaries of those links. These links would provide additional information on preservation programs operating at the state and the local and the national levels. There's information on the association between preservation and environmental sustainability, information on architectural design, information on preservation best practices, and sources of where to find craftsmen and material suppliers. The expectation really is that this guide will be updated regularly by staff as new information becomes available. In that sense, it's much more of a living document that can be revised as we go along here, as new studies are done, as new sources come online, and of course, as new contractors, new vendors, new suppliers become known to us. Also, not in this document are the specifics of the review process. So like the resource guide, we do expect the process for improving district properties to be continually evolving as we continue to find ways to streamline the process to improve the experience for applicants and reviewers. There is a process summary in the guideline document, but there will also be a separate procedure guide that lays out in more specific terms and more definitive terms what those various steps are of the process, which then clearly sets those expectations for everyone involved in the process. Along with that procedure guide, there will be a cheat sheet of sorts that will be included, and these will list all of the typical types of improvements, from solar panels to new porches to whole new buildings, and identify what type of review each would have to go through. So this sort of covered some of this with the zoning ordinance text amendment, but there will be essentially 3 distinct categories that all of these various changes to district properties would fall under. There would be those items that are exempt from review. There would be those items that would need to go through a staff review, and then there would be those items that need to go through a board review. The idea here is that the property owner can find their intended project somewhere on that list, discover what the applicable review process is, and then use that guide to understand exactly what steps need to be taken to go through that process. And then also not in the document, design and maintenance requirements or standards. These are guidelines. In some cases, they're just recommendations. This informs on how something should be done and not how it must be done. So it's not intended to dictate design. It's not intended to mandate a specific style. That's an important distinction to make between the guidelines document and the standards that you might find directly in a zoning ordinance. And I wanted to make sure that was clear to everyone. So for the next few slides here, I think these are some of the most important takeaways for this. This draft document is intended to be used 3 specific ways. First, as an educational tool for property owners. There's often confusion from property owners as to what the review board does, what the district is for, where the district is located, what does it mean to have a contributing or a non-contributing property. This document is meant to provide answers to those types of questions and provide the sources where additional information can be sought if necessary. Secondly, the document is meant to provide a clear basis of evaluation for staff and the review board when reviewing applications for changes to district properties. It's really important that there's a strong baseline for which the reviewers can consistently rely on. Consistent application of these guidelines would allow for then consistent reviews. It would better set those expectations for those reviews, and it would help address, we believe, any of those concerns for transparency of those reviews. And third, the draft document is intended to guide property owners in their decisions that they make regarding the upkeep and the improvement of their district property. So this is a document that property owners can consult when repairing components of their house or their office or their store. This is also a document that can be consulted when a property owner is designing a new addition or a new garage or a new house and really wants to better understand what's appropriate for the district and what design guidelines will the review board or staff use in its evaluation of appropriateness. If this document is working properly and if this document is being implemented properly, it should always be functioning in these three ways. At this time, staff does recognize that this document is a vast improvement over the existing guidelines and does believe that it meets those needs that were identified early on. So recommendation is for approval. However, staff is also requesting that allowance is given to staff to go back and make minor administrative adjustments to the document. This is a very large document. It's a very new document that is a fairly strong departure from the existing guidelines. Staff is expecting that once in use, there will be instances in which some cleanup to help clarify the document will be necessary. And under this allowance, staff would also have the ability to go in and update the visual exhibits and make adjustments to account for any emerging practices or emerging materials without the need to return to the council for further adoption. The recommended resolution that has been provided by staff includes that allowance. In closing, I wanted to mention that we have been receiving input from the public on the draft document. I didn't want to address the specific comments received in this presentation, frankly, because we really haven't had time to go through those fully yet. I think that some of the comments received are not relevant to the guidelines, but certainly some are, and we would really like to take some time before the public hearing, to gather what we've heard and try to better understand some of them. I think we might need to reach out to some of the people that made those comments to better understand what it is that they're saying. That being said, I'm certainly happy to address any specific matters on the guidelines tonight as best as I can. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I know we have plenty of questions, so let's get to it. I saw Pradeep first. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Perry, thank you. Great presentation. Lots of information to digest for sure, and really appreciate the hard work. It's not easy. I like few things I want to say, like the color coding used, the process highlighted, and then the cheat sheets used, educating the homeowners, and so many things. One ask I have to the staff, I don't know how big of an ask is this one, but I definitely wanted to see, because the old guideline that we have is about 138 pages, and this one seems to be 143 pages. So for someone like me or our residents, it may be difficult to go through all the document to understand what are the changes from the old one. And I appreciate, Mr. Perry tried to differentiate between those two documents. But I was thinking, or I was asking, a very high-level quick comparison between the two documents. For example, one column shows this is the existing guideline. This is what the existing guideline shows or says. And the next column which shows this is the change. This is the new guideline. And maybe a community rationale behind this. This is the reason why we're changing, or maybe this is the impact of the changes. Probably that would help us to digest some of this information. And I understand, because it's completely different than, not completely, but it's very much different from the old guidelines. So apple to apple comparison may not be possible. Maybe you can do some apple to orange comparison on that one. That's an ask. I don't know how big of an ask that will be, because I know you've spent a lot of time to work in this guideline. And if we can understand the two guidelines, the old one and the new one, in a more like a comparative way, then we understand this is the reason why we're changing this and these are the changes. Because I feel like even for the residents going through the two documents and to find out what are the changes might be a little difficult. And also, any possible means of soliciting feedback, because I know a lot of people are eagerly waiting for this. And obviously, we've already sought a lot of feedback from many different residents, especially people, residing in the historic district. But since we have the document now, maybe we can solicit feedback again. I know we have a public hearing coming, but other than that, what else can we do to solicit feedback from the public? My question. And this is a huge effort, and I don't know if we can go through all the changes made, the presentation, and then solicit the feedback from the residents, and then kind of like be ready to adopt this within this month or so. So probably we might need a couple of public hearings at this time, because I don't think, we are in a rush to adopt this, because we've spent so much time already to build this and we want to do it right way. So, even if it goes to, I don't know, because this council is ending in December, and then the new council starts in January, even if it goes to the new council, because I know a lot of people have actually run with the agenda of, historic guideline, updating historic guideline and everything. And I'm kind of curious to see, how the new council also takes this one. Again, just few comments, few recommendations, few questions from my end.
So to follow up on that, Bryce, are the old are the current guidelines still available on the website to compare to the new guidelines? I'm assuming they are, because that's what we're still using at the moment.
Right, that's accurate. They are still there.
Okay.
But we can certainly develop a more robust comparison chart, whether it's 2 columns or 2 tables, to give people that snapshot comparison. That's something we can certainly pull together, and I appreciate the suggestion.
I think that would be helpful, because this has been a conversation that's gone on multiple terms, and having just a quick kind of glance would be helpful, I think.
Yeah, and the reason I'm asking this question is because I've been, asked by a few residents, because they, I think, attended the last meeting, but it was hard to understand what exactly the changes were made and how those changes actually impact them. So maybe a kind of comparative analysis would definitely help. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Other questions? Jen.
Yeah, thank you, staff, and thank you to the firm that we hired. I did listen in when they presented to citizens, whatever that was, a couple weeks ago. I thought it was really excellent the way they handled that discussion. There is a lot of information to consume. I totally agree with Councilmember DeCall that we need to. I hope we're all going to be in agreement that we're going to just continue this when we discuss it next week, and certainly not vote on it next week, and give folks lots of time, and ideally, at least maybe by December, we'll be ready to vote on this after lots more input and feedback particularly from the homeowners directly affected, and certainly any businesses or residents or any member of the town, because this, of course, impacts all of us. My only question for you, Bryce, is I know you mentioned citizen input, and that there was certainly some detailed citizen input, and that you're going to follow up with those directly, because some of them you maybe need clarification. There's one in particular, a citizen that we hear from quite often. I thought she gave a really detailed overview of just some mistakes and issues. So mistakes or tweaks or lots of detail, which I was looking at as well, and noticed some of those same things. So I'm just wondering, have those been addressed?
We have not made any changes to the document itself. We're sort of waiting to get as much information as we can before we go in and make those changes. If you're referencing Ms. Glakis's email, which I think you are, some of the things that she mentioned in there, it ties directly back to sort of staff's desire to have the ability to go back in there and clean it up, because a lot of that was maybe just some unintentional contradictory language, some things that weren't super clear or weren't maybe conveyed in the way that they were supposed to. And so I think, I think a lot of those are sort of pieces that were just a matter of, we haven't had this around us long enough to be able to really get into that fine detail. We're very fortunate to have such a active public that can go in there and do that.
Absolutely. So agreed. And I thought her review was incredibly thorough, as she always is. And so my ask or my hope would be that staff would go through that so that we eliminate more people from the public just correcting easy stuff, right? So we can get to the meat and the content and the details that folks really want to talk about. I feel like it's a distraction if we're still talking about grammar or contradictions or many of the other things she highlighted. So that would be my ask of staff, that as soon as possible we get, whether we use her info or, if other folks have reviewed it and given some of that, I'd like to see that updated.
Can I follow up on that? Are these the kinds of changes that you were alluding to in the presentation that staff might be able to do after this is adopted, or would they be more substantial? Because I understand it seems like a lot of housekeeping things, like the kinds of things that Jen just mentioned. But was staff intending more, or do we not really know?
I think if it's some of those, I think a lot of those items were more sort of housekeeping items, but I think that if something's identified now, I think staff would like to address it now and make sure that whatever version the town council ends up seeing last is the cleanest possible version that we can get to you.
Sure.
There's no matter how clean we get it, there's still going to need to be, as we start to use it, we're going to realize there's some further cleanup that's needed. But
sure, and I guess maybe I wasn't totally clear. I wasn't implying we shouldn't address the things that Jen just brought up before an adoption. I was just wondering, like, going forward, once whatever is adopted, is that the sort of thing that staff was looking to have latitude to fix without going through a big process, or is it more than that?
Absolutely. No, those are great examples of the types of things that we would want to clean up afterwards.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and again, I would just reiterate my ask is certainly for council so that we get a kind of the cleaned up document, but more importantly for the public, just so, because it is time consuming even for us, and this is our job to really review this, and certainly for the public where this directly impacts them. If we can just continue to iterate and make improvements on this document and let folks know that we've republished it with those corrections. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Cesar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council Member Delagula. Mr. Perry, appreciate that. I think we had originally asked, and to dovetail on Council Member DeCall's question, sort of like the old, what we did, and sort of the new, how we're doing it now. And I think it was in the context of like use cases, like how it was originally worded and how it might be interpreted or worded in the new version. I think that would help. And I don't know how soon you can get that out for public review, but I just know there's going to be a lot of questions on, what was changed, and more importantly, why it was changed. So when you're making those types of modifications, it might help if you're relating it back to why we're doing it, how it fits into the overall, your appendix color code would be a good sort of start. But that is the type of, I think, clarity that would help people understand what it is that we actually have changed, and more importantly, why.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for Bryce? Signe.
So I was mainly struck, oh, and by the way, thank you, Bryce. I never say that, but thank you. I was immediately struck by the color coding, which seemed odd to me, but nice. I did really like the fact that in every description of what you could do if you needed to replace something, it said, or alternative materials. So it gives you the option in there. Instead of that sort of sharp, either you replace it with the thing that it already is, or either you fix it, even if you have to use epoxy glue to manufacture a new piece, or you use the same materials, or every single time it had, or you can use alternative materials that have the right appearance and so forth and so on. So I really appreciated that, because one of the most heartbreaking things to do when you're trying to make sure that people are getting the support they need is to have to say, well, you have to buy this incredibly hard to find and expensive thing. And that cuts some of that out. I know some people will still want to replace like with like and be able to do that, but some people won't. So I deeply appreciate that. One thing I did not care for a bit was the cyclical maintenance checklist, because it had no information in it. It said, check your roof once a year. What does that mean? Look at it to make sure nothing's fallen off, or make sure that there's no bugs underneath the eaves, or that your gutters aren't, I mean, what does it mean? Yeah, we all know. So I'm sorry. I know that was a good thing to include in there, but it's just not enough. It's a shadow of what it should be. I was expecting to see the resource guide, so I'm glad you told me that it wasn't in there, because I couldn't find it. I mean, I did find other great resources, which are wonderful to have, and the fact that it's electronic means that you can just click on it, and when it updates, you update. So I think that's wonderful. When you look at the review process, there's I forget what you call those things, but it explains all the different things that you're going to go through. And it says, the first thing it says is in the let's just call it the HPRB, because I can't remember the other one. It says, the first thing you do is familiarize yourself with the process and guidelines. And then it goes through this whole process, and it doesn't, where are those guidelines? Are they supposed to be in here? And if they are, I'm sorry, but I couldn't find them. So, like, familiarize yourself with stuff and then go visit the town staff. So what is the stuff that you're familiarizing yourself with? So those are my comments, and I really do like it. Initially, I wasn't even sure how different it was from the original, which I read parts of. So I hear what Mr. DeCall said, and Mr. Delagula. I mean, it's simpler, it's got less outdated material, but what material was outdated? The other question I have, and then I'll let somebody else talk because I'm a nice person, is in contributing versus non-contributing structures. Non-contributing structures, it was a little confusing, because some of those non-contributing structures, it almost implied that they were of their own age and had to comply with, in other words, if you bought a mid-century modern house, you can, but it's not in the historic, it's not a historic house, then you have to keep it up looking mid-century modern. You can't change it. And then when does a house start being historic and contributing? Because as houses age, in theory, they'll become historic too. Are they excluded because they're not in the period of significance? So there are some things that I didn't, and maybe I just need to read them more carefully, but those were some things that I was a little like, if I bought a house that was built in 1985, does it always have to look like it was built in 1985 if it's in the historic district? So, all right, that's my stuff.
Who's next? I think we only haven't heard from Sheila and Bill. And maybe you don't have questions. So I want to make sure you have the opportunity.
I submitted everything back in 2018.
Okay. Sheila, do you have any?
Yeah, I don't really have any questions. I've read through the old guidelines numerous times. My brother even became a cheerleader of the old guidelines and took them to the area that I grew up in and helped them get their start, which is basically what we did in the town of Herndon before I got here. It was a start to try to preserve the look and feel of Herndon. And I applaud the staff and the consultants. This has been a long time, many years of working on this. I want to say it's been 8 years that we, wanted to put in and get this in the budget so that we could do the review, have all the meetings with the community and so forth, and find the consultants that did the work. So it has been a long time coming, and I hope that we're going to be able to get this through, because I know that our community that live in the historic district want to see some of these administrative things come through. I don't really think it's rocket science. We've done a lot more complicated things than this, and we didn't really have checklists, but a checklist is fine if we want to get that. But I would like to see us move forward on it.
Thank you. I think we've heard from everyone, so I don't know if anyone has a follow-up question. I just want to put a plea out to the public, especially if you live in the district, to please weigh in on your feelings on this versus the prior guidelines, because if you live in the district, you have spent a lot of time with the guidelines. I know that I have, and this is a vast improvement. There's always room for improvement, but that's what I think our intention is to continue moving forward and making this more user-friendly. I'll be interested to hear from people who live in the district who are in contributing structures versus not contributing structures, because those are different kinds of criteria. Newer homes have been built in the historic district that have adhered to guidelines. And I think that, I guess it's supposed to be a question. I just want to say that the administrative aspect, I think, is appealing. I've heard from many of my neighbors that it's appealing because it's not just, there's been some frustration with different board decisions and things over the years, but even when it goes swimmingly, the time frame to make sure you get on the right agenda and you've got your contractor lined up and then you don't realize that you missed a deadline. And that's just as frustrating as some of the inconsistencies in the guidelines. So I feel like we're going to get some positive feedback, but I don't know that. So if you're talking to your friends and neighbors who live in the district, and even those who don't, but I'm especially interested in, I think we all are, the people who are impacted by these guidelines in the district. So hopefully we will get a lot of feedback next week, and it sounds like we may continue it through December to get additional feedback. It's a long time coming. I think that we need to make sure we give ample opportunity to hear from our residents. So making sure nobody else has a question before we move on. It's one of the longer running big ticket items that we've worked on as a council. So I'm excited to have it here. Let's see. Next up. Okay. So
Madam Mayor, I have one more question. I'm sorry.
Sure.
One more question is, I have met a lot of residents who do not even know whether they live in historic district or not. And I think there is not a clear communication or, place they go and see whether they live in historic district or not. And especially, the new residents moving in, contributing structure versus non-contributing structure. So, I saw the new guideline. It shows the map and then shows some dots of contributing and non-contributing structure. Is there a clear way residents can find out, which residential unit, which house is historic within the historic district? And if it is in the district, which one is contributing and non-contributing? Is there an easy way to find that out?
Right now, the easiest way to do that would be to go to the town's website and access the interactive historic district map. So you could type in your property and it would take you to your property on the map, and then the map is color coded and it would show whether or not you have a contributing or non-contributing property based on that. That map is hyperlinked in the guidelines document, or will be hyperlinked in the guidelines document. But that's been up on the town's website for 5-6 years or so. So that right now, that's the easiest way to do it.
All right. Thank you for the clarification. I'll definitely pass that on to the people. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So the next 3 items have to do with Fairbrook, and I'm looking at the time. It's 9:24. So I think if council agrees, we could definitely get these concurrent staff reports underway and then see where we are time-wise before pushing to Tuesday. I mean, not to Tuesday, Thursday. I'm sorry, Thursday. Thank you. Yep, to Thursday. Because my understanding is these staff reports took about an hour or so with the Planning Commission, and they are several very complicated things, one of which I know we've never done in the decade that I've been on council. So it might behoove us to get the staff reports, have some time to digest it, and then reconvene on Thursday. Or, hey, maybe we'll go all night. So is the council amenable to do these staff reports? Okay. So let me read through this quickly to make sure everybody knows where we are. These will be 3 concurrent staff reports, and at the public hearing, there will be separate action taken on each of them, but they're intertwined, so I think it's more simplified to do them together. Number 7 is Resolution 20G52, to consider a special exception with conditions for 100-150 Fairbrook Business Park to allow for development within an FPO floodplain overlay district. The next item is Resolution 20G53, to consider an exception to the Chesapeake Bay Protection Area, RPA 17-01, Fairbrook Business Park, to consider an exception to encroach into the RPA Resource Protection Area component of the Chesapeake Bay Preservation Area Overlay District with a proposed mitigation. And the final item is Resolution 20G54, to consider a special exception number 1703 with conditions for Fairbrook Business Park to allow the redevelopment and development of these parcels under the landmark business alternative option. So all of this, of course, is related to the Fairbrook development, which is just outside of our HTOC area. And I'm talking a little bit, trying to make sure I give Bryce and Dave time to get their PowerPoints ready and staff reports ready. I know these are the big files that are the main reason we couldn't get an email dispatched this time. So did I talk long enough, Bryce? Are you ready?
We're ready, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
All right.
The first 2 cases are actually going to be covered by Mr. Stromberg, our zoning administrator. So I'm just going to kick it back to him to go through the reports here.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Good evening again, Mayor Merkel and members of the Town Council. Yes, Bryce said he will be doing the full presentation about the development with all the details, which has many more exciting pictures than what I have. But I am going to go through the flood zone part and the RPA exception presentations first with you. Again, this is special exception SE number 19-05. Which is for development in the floodplain associated with the Fairbrook development. Next slide. So this site is within the floodplain overlay district. The town's floodplain overlay district is based on the state model ordinance. There are some minor tweaks that can be made to it, but basically the state gives you a model and you pretty much have to follow it. And then our ordinance and then any approvals that we do in that ordinance get audited by the Virginia Department of Conservation and Recreation and FEMA, usually like every 5 years or so. But the ordinance does require that a special exception be obtained for any development that occurs within the floodplain overlay. And development is considered anything land disturbance, so just changing grades, that's considered development, and it has to go through this process. So in addition to going through the special exception process, you are required to submit technical data, and that takes the form of a flood study that you have to provide to the town for evaluation, both at the special exception phase, and then at your actual site plan application. And those flood modeling studies have to show you two things. They have to demonstrate no decrease in the flood carrying capacity of that stream channel and no increase in the elevation of the defined 100-year flood. Next slide. So on this slide, this is an example of what flood map looks when you pull it up online. The town's flood maps have an effective date of September 17th, 2010. We have been notified by FEMA that the town is getting new flood insurance maps. So the town will be going through that process this upcoming year, where the town will be receiving new maps that will ultimately have to be adopted. So what the flood maps are showing you is the special flood hazard area. That's everything that's shown in blue, and then areas adjacent to that flood zone, which is shown in the brown. That's not a regulatory area. The thing that's regulatory is in blue. Next slide, please. All right, so this is zoomed in on the site, and it's a more detailed look at the actual floodplain as it exists today. And this is the model that the applicant's consultant put together using the FEMA data. And as you can see, everything that's shown in green, basically the green lines, that's the actual stream channel. That's the banks where the stream is flowing through. The larger hashed lines, that's showing the extent of the floodplain. That's the regulatory district that's being looked at, and that's also the area where it's modeled for the 100-year flood, how far it's going to extend if you get that 100-year flood, which is defined as having a 1% chance of that flood in any given year. And then you can see a number of lines going through with a little triangle or flags at the end. Those are the cross sections that actually get modeled in the flood model that has to be submitted and gets evaluated by town staff. So at each one of those points, that's where the elevation gets modeled based on everything downstream and upstream and any improvements that exist. It looks at what is the water elevation at that single point, and that shows you the points. That's what those lines are representing. Next slide. So this is showing the proposed floodplain, what it'll look like with this development at full build out. So that includes the Fairbrook Drive, buildings 3 and 4, which are kind of at the north end of the site, along Herndon Parkway and Fairbrook Drive. That's a mixed-use building with retail and the daycare option. The building a little bit farther east on the site, that's the all-residential building. And then to the south, you have the 2 office buildings, which are proposed on a parking podium. And as you can see from this slide compared to the last slide, the boundaries of the flood zone really aren't changing except in 2 specific places. Next slide. And as you can see here, those 2 places are where Fairbrook Drive and a private road that leads you to the office building where that's going. There are going to be 2 box culverts installed underneath that road. And that's actually what allows the flood carrying capacity to remain the same as it is today. It's a change, but it's not actually changing any of the elevation of the flood waters because it's for that short period of time being in the culvert and then expanding back out again. And then the other area where there's a slight change to the extent of the floodplain is where Fairbrook Drive itself is. That road will be built up slightly, and then some of that grading will be going down into the flood zone. So really, the edge of the new road will become the boundary, the northern boundary of the flood zone. Next one. So staff has put conditions on the approval where you have to develop in substantial conformance with the plan. The current flood models, they did not show any increase in the extent of the floodplain and any increase in the extent of the flood height. That's based on the plans that we have now as part of the special exception. There are minor changes that occur, as with any development, as you go through the site plan phase through final engineering. The conditions require the applicant to resubmit a flood zone study at that time again, just to make sure that once the actual final engineering and every single little piece of road and improvements are installed will show that there still isn't any improvements. Another condition that staff has added to the approval of this is to make sure that the applicant is using the new flood maps that will be adopted. We expect those maps will already be adopted by the town by the time the site plan actually goes through its administrative review, but just in case they're not, it requires to use the most current version of the FEMA flood maps, even if they're still in draft form. Next slide, please. And with that, staff is recommending approval in accordance with the resolution that was attached with this. And I believe, I don't know if we're doing questions individually or going straight to the next presentation.
I would defer to staff on how you think, what do you think would make more sense? I mean, are they so intertwined that the questions might be answered in the next staff report, or I'm fine with either way.
It may make sense to go through, and then as you get a better idea of the overall development, how it's going to fit, then it might make some of the questions easier to go if you need to go back and ask some flood zone or RPA questions.
Oh, okay. So everybody, like, write your questions down as we go, and we'll hit them up at the end. Okay. Thank you.
Right, so we are moving right along. The next presentation is loading. And this is the resource protection area exception. So it is an exception request into the Chesapeake Bay Preservation Overlay District, again, associated with the Fairbrook development. Next slide. Okay, so just to give a very quick and brief overview of what the Chesapeake Bay Preservation District actually is. It is an overlay district, and it is made up of 3 components. One of those areas is called the intensely developed area. Those are all areas that had a high level of development prior to the adoption of the Chesapeake Bay overlay. And the overlay was adopted at the end of 1988 and beginning of 89 is when the state passed the regulations and the Bay Act communities were required to adopt them. So the intensely developed area is pretty much just limited to downtown Herndon. And then there's the resource protection area. This includes all wetland features plus a 100-foot buffer extending from those wetland features. So the Sugarland Run and its tributaries, those are RPA features. And again, there is that 100-foot buffer. That's what we're looking at on this particular site. It's the RPA buffer of that. The third section of what a Chesapeake Bay area is called the resource management area. And that's not an IDA or an RPA. So really that's all of the land in the town of Herndon is considered an RMA if you're not already an RPA or an IDA. That's not actually a requirement of the state's requirement for the Bay Act. That's something the town does above and beyond. And it essentially gives the town a little bit more stringent stormwater management requirements. Next slide. Okay, so now I want to kind of work through the RPA encroachment that's associated specifically with this development. And before I do that, I want to explain the difference between what encroachment is and what imperviousness is. So encroachment is anything that you're doing at all within a buffer, any type of land work, anything like that. Impervious is what the final surface is going to be. Will it let water percolate through it or not? So on this site and for this development, there is a total of 6.6 acres of proposed encroachment. And of those 6.6 acres, about 4.38 acres of it will be new impervious surfaces. So in the Bay Act and in our ordinance, encroachment and imperviousness have to go through different types of approval. Any type of public streets or public utilities or passive trail systems are called exempt activities. They're exempted by the state and they're exempted by the town's ordinance. Then there are what's called permitted activities. So any type of stormwater outfall that you have to add to connect to your BMPs or get to a stream channel, and actually the stream restoration itself that I'll be talking to, that's called a permitted activity within the Chesapeake Bay District, within the RPA. And what that means, there are certain criteria you have to meet, but it's just administrative review and approval. And on this case in particular, the office buildings, so that's building 1 and 2 built on the podium on that southern site, or southern portion of the site, that's been previously approved. They have an approved special exception and an approved site plan to go in and actually do that, build that part of the site. This new special exception is really just incorporating it specifically with the 2 northern buildings. And Bryce will speak a little bit more about that when he talks about the overall development and their previous approvals. So what actually has to get an exception from the town council results in 0.77 acres of encroachment and 0.42 acres of new impervious surface. Next slide. Then I want to show you more specifically where those exact areas are. And for building 3, this is the mixed use building, the one that's going to be up along Herndon Parkway. And you can see there a little bit just to the north and south, that's where there's the 4,179 square feet of encroachment area. And again, of that encroachment area, about 3,149 square feet of that will be new impervious surfaces. So most of that is just there kind of on the north side of Fairbrook Drive, and it's kind of the frontage of that new building development. Next slide. And so now you can see the encroachment and imperviousness. This is associated with building 4. This is a residential building, which is, again, on the north side of Fairbrook Drive. And pretty much all of the encroachment here is on the north side of Fairbrook Drive, not on the south side. And that's mostly, again, associated with the building frontage. You can see there's a turnaround, which is kind of a drop-off delivery area for that residential building, a portion of the building itself, and then a portion of the loading area that goes into the back parking garage of that building. That's all new encroachment and new impervious area. And again, for this building, it's just under 10,000 square feet of encroachment and just under 7,400 square feet of impervious area. Next slide. And this is, excuse the heading, it's buildings 1 and 2. which are the two office buildings. So the garage podium and the buildings on top of that do already have approval. The new encroachment here is actually because of a reoriented private drive. And again, public streets are exempted, but private roads are not exempted from the ordinance. So down there you can see where there's just under 20,000 square feet of encroachment in order to construct that and also put in those two box culverts. But of that 20,000 square feet, just under 8,000 square feet of that will be new impervious area. Next slide. So some of the requirements within the ordinance is if you are going to have encroachment and put new impervious area into an RPA, you're required to mitigate for that. So the mitigation is really broken out into two areas. You have some on-site mitigation and then some area for potential off-site mitigation. So this map is showing you where that on-site mitigation areas will be. It's just south of Fairbrook Drive, and that includes new plantings as well as stream restoration. Part of the reason why they're doing stream restoration and getting a pretty good amount of credit for it is this is a stream that's in a very developed area. The entire stream channel is both in town and outside of town. So that stream is actually pretty highly eroded and isn't actually doing a very good job at pollutant removal right now. So that's what the purpose is for stream bank restoration. It's to stabilize those banks, help slow the water down a little bit so more of the nutrients can be filtered out. And again, there'll be a large planting area just to the north side of that stream restoration. The other area of where the plantings would be just east of where the two proposed office buildings are located. You can see that those are the green areas shown down there towards the bottom of the screen. Next slide. So there's also the potential off-site mitigation area. This property is currently owned by a adjacent private property owner, but rezoning was approved back in January 12th, 2016. It was Planning Commission Action 15-101. And this was for approval of a new hotel located at 232 Sunset Park Drive. And with the approval of that hotel, the owner of the hotel proffered to dedicate the land where the Fairbrook Drive extension is and all of the land between that and the Fairfax County Parkway to the town of Herndon once certain aspects of their development were met. They had to, it's really at the issuance of the building permit. They have an approved site plan, the hotel does. They've gone through ARB approval, and their building permit is actually in process right now. The Fairbrook applicant kind of expected that this property would have already been transferred to the town, but obviously with recent global events, it's taken a little bit longer than the hotel developer expected. So that land hasn't actually yet been dedicated to the town. But from an ecological aspect, you can really get a lot of bang for your buck in this area. So as you can see, there are 3 different locations identified here for that stream restoration. And then some areas directly around the stream restoration, but really all around the southern, or I guess that would be the eastern side of the Fairbrook Drive extension between the Fairfax County Parkway. There's a lot of areas of opportunity for that mitigation there. And in order for the applicant to do its full build out and full mitigation, they will need to use some of this area located here on the adjacent property site. Next slide, please. Again, I've kind of mentioned there are exempt activities in the RPA. Public roads, utilities, streetscapes, and passive parks are all exempted activities, and they really account for the majority of the encroachment and the new impervious area with this. Even if you're exempt, you still have to meet stormwater pollution removal requirements for that development, but that stream restoration and planting mitigation, that's really the stuff that's above and beyond meeting your stormwater requirements. Again, I did walk through all of the mitigation that's required, and we do have a condition in there that if for some reason the applicant isn't able to utilize that adjacent property for their off-site mitigation requirement, they won't be able to build all 4 of those buildings. They can build 2 buildings on site and they can meet that mitigation on site. But in order to build all 4 of those buildings, they would have to have some of that mitigation located on this site. And if they can't do that, then they need to come back to the town council for a new exception request. But that's only in the event that that piece of land couldn't be used for some reason. Next slide. And it looks like that was it for this presentation. Again, I think we'll move on to the next presentation, and I'll be still around for answering questions.
Thanks, Dave. We'll wait here a sec while my presentation loads. I'm sorry to say that the next presentation is kind of long. There's a lot of information to go through. It's a big project. So please bear with me on this. There she is. Okay, I'm gonna just jump right in here, starting with the case summary slide. This proposal is, what's being proposed here is allowed by special exception under the landmark business alternative option for property zoned office and light industrial. This zoning option allows, permits residential uses in addition to office in that zoning district. It also allows higher densities and increased building heights. And I'm going to go through each of those in a little bit here. Unlike the previous zoning map amendment, the ZMA case that we talked about earlier, with this special exception, there's no change in the base zoning. So if approved, the properties will remain office and light industrial as they are zoned today. And along with that difference is the fact that a generalized development plan and development proffers are not included as part of this application. Instead, there is what we're calling a special exception plan and recommended development conditions that can be required as part of any approval of the case. I also wanted to point out that there are some significant transportation improvements that are going to be necessary in the project's later phases to help manage the traffic generated by the new development. Also go through these in a little bit. And lastly, the Stipulated Planning Commission, they did recommend approval. If this gets through council, it will go through those next steps of site plan review, ARB review, and then permitting before any actual work can be done on the site. All right, so where is this project? It's at the extreme southeast corner of the town, abutting the Dulles Toll Road to the south, Fairfax County Parkway to the east, highlighted here in blue. It's roughly a half a mile from the Reston Town Center Metro Station. At its closest edge, it's about a quarter of a mile from the Herndon Metro Station, and it's about a mile to downtown Herndon. Take us here a little closer, you get a better sense for the location. It's directly next to the Herndon Transit-Oriented Core. That's the HTOC area. It has about a little under, I think, 1,000 linear feet of Herndon Parkway frontage. The total site is just under 28 acres. It includes 3 existing parcels, one of which is improved with an office building and surface parking. the other two of which remain mostly natural areas today. There are also a few site conditions that really serve as constraints for the development. One is overhead Dominion energy transmission lines that bisect the site. As we just discussed, there's also floodplain overlay district that will be impacted as discussed. And of course, also as discussed, there is a resource protection area and the Chesapeake Bay overlay district that will be impacted and need to be accounted for with the development. All right, so this slide breaks down the zoning as allowed by the base zoning district office and light industrial, and then the zoning as allowed under this landmark business alternate option. So by right, the maximum floor area ratio, FAR, the density is a 0.7. For Fairbrook, that equates to what's shown there, a little under 850,000 square feet of gross floor area. The maximum building height is the lesser of 5 stories or 75 feet. The required minimum open space is 20%, and obviously all the uses under ONLI are permitted. With this zoning option, under special exception, the max floor area ratio can go up to a 1.25. This equates to a little over a 1.5 million square feet of gross floor area. The maximum building heights can go up to 160 feet, and then all the way up to 275 feet if within 500 feet of the Dulles Toll Road. There is a required minimum open space of 50%, and there is, in a mix of uses is permitted, residential essentially is permitted up to a 60% maximum if certain standards and criteria that are in the section of the zoning ordinance for this option are met. Okay, the development program as proposed with this case includes a 1.25 floor area ratio, so they are maxing out that allowance. A little over 1.5 million square feet of new buildings that roughly equates to the 1.25 floor area ratio. The request is to go up to that maximum 60% residential, and also to go up to the maximum building heights. Again, that was 275 feet within 500 feet of the Dulles Toll Road and 160 feet elsewhere on the property. As being proposed here, there's sort of a range, and I wrote that down here. At its highest, the highest building at its highest level is 275 feet, and I think the lowest building at its lowest level would be at the 65-foot height. There is a maximum of 900 dwelling units that are being proposed. And for the physical program, there are 4 buildings. Buildings 1 and 2 are the 2 office buildings. Those would be perched on top of a parking garage platform. Those are the 2 buildings on the south of the site. And then building 3 is a mixed-use building. That's the one along Herndon Parkway. That would be primarily residential, but also include a potential daycare and retail restaurant use. And then a 4th building, building 4, that would be behind building 3, north of Fairbrook Drive, and be fully residential. Those last 2 buildings, buildings 3 and 4, the residential building and the mixed-use building, both would have integrated structured parking garages behind the buildings on the north side of the site. Okay, an important note to make here, this site has already been approved for development by prior cases. This project overall, the Fairbrook project, has been in front of the town a lot over the years. So what's really important here is to understand what that delta is between what has already been approved and then what is being proposed here as part of this project. So already currently approved, that includes an existing 2-story office building that's there today. That's a little under 90,000 square feet. It includes 2 6-story office buildings that are both a little over 150,000 square feet, a 7-story office building at 120,000 square feet, and a hotel 5 stories, a little over 85,000 square feet. So that one existing building, but then those 3 office buildings and the one hotel building that have been approved but not built. What is being proposed here is the 2 office buildings, 19 stories and 11 stories, a mixed-use building at 8 stories, and a residential building at 8 stories, and then those square footages are shown there. And there is more of a 50% increase in the square footages that are being proposed, but if you can see here in a sec. Yeah, and here's another image of the illustrative special exception plan that's being proposed. But what I wanted to show you is this next slide. This is the plan showing the development of Fairbrook already approved. So you'll see it's certainly it's less dense than what's being proposed, but its site implications, the footprint or the limits of disturbance are really not that different from the development proposed in this special exception. So the proposed SE actually provides for a much more cohesive development with a stronger emphasis on preserving the stream valley and making it into a passive recreational amenity. And if this special exception is approved, it would supersede those existing and prior approvals. So again, here is what is being proposed. This is the special exception plan with the 4 buildings. And then here is what has already been approved. Somewhat similar layout with similar site implications. So getting back to the proposed development program, there is a range of square footages and a range of building heights that are being proposed. This does afford the applicant some flexibility based on market conditions. The massing diagrams that are shown here and the ones you'll see on the next slide show 2 potential development scenarios. And so for all the building footprints, the site design remains the same. So really all that we're talking about changing is the size of the buildings themselves. So in this case, you have buildings 1 and building 3 that are shown at higher heights. Another scenario presented is this one where you have buildings 2 and building 4 shown at the higher heights, and then 3 and 1 lowered to accommodate those higher heights on the other buildings. Regardless of how these, the size of these buildings, the heights of these buildings, the square footage of these buildings, regardless of how that plays out, there is still certain caps for the developer, the 1.25 FAR, the a little bit over 1.5 million square feet, and the 60% residential. No matter what development scenario occurs and building program occurs, those sort of caps are required to stay in any scenario. Okay, I'm going to get into the design now. For the landscape design, there is a strong focus on preserving the stream valley, undergoing stream restoration work, removing invasive species, and making it that publicly accessible recreational amenity. There's also a lot of attention that's paid to streetscape designs, to publicly accessible plazas and pocket parks throughout the site, and to some private open space areas. Taking us down to the ground level here. I'm going to go through some of the focal points in the landscape design. This is the plaza area at Herndon Parkway and Fairbrook Drive. It shows the proposed cycle track, 2-way cycle track, in the Herndon Parkway streetscape. This really will be the development's front door for the town, so the added design effort is certainly warranted in this case. Here's another image. This is a rendering of the streetscape along Fairbrook Drive outside Building 4, where it abuts the private open space. Again, heavy focus on the landscaping, heavy focus on the experience for pedestrians. And I think I have one more here. This image shows one of the trails that are within the Stream Valley Park. That's sort of what's in the foreground. In the background, you see Fairbrook Drive, and then buildings 3 and 4. Moving on to the building design, very contemporary, and with distinct differences between the residential and the offices. As you might see some more masonry components. and smaller components on the residential. The office buildings really are designed more with a sweeping narrative with a lot of glass. Moving past design now into some transportation items. This project only works with the construction of Fairbrook Drive. This is the spine that bisects the property and allows access into each of the 4 buildings that are being proposed. With this case, the applicant is proposing to construct half of this road to public road standards and then dedicate it to the town. And that is the half of the road that is outlined here in red. The second half of Fairbrook Drive, which we've referred to as the Fairbrook Drive extension, this would be constructed by the town. And though the applicant would contribute a significant portion of those costs, it would still become a town project. A couple of the highlights here, per the ITE standards, that's the Institute of Transportation Engineers, the project would be able to build some of the buildings before the need for this extension up to Spring Street would be required. So, a couple scenarios are written here. We said 900 residential units, that's the maximum, and a little less than 350 square feet of office could be built before the trigger to have that road extended would be made. So that the applicant could theoretically get the 2 residential buildings in, maybe a smaller office building in, just with that southern half of the road before the need for the extension is triggered. Another item to note here is that approximately 37% of peak hour traffic on the extension would be associated with this development. And then the majority, that other 63%, would be background traffic. So those numbers really are a good indicator for the public need for this road. So when it is extended, it would help alleviate traffic that is generated, not just from this development, but from other developments offsite, existing developments, proposed developments, potential future developments in the town. And I did mention that the developer for this would provide a large portion of the necessary cost for the extension. Right now, that extension is estimated to cost a little over $8 million. And if this development is completed fully, the developer's contribution would be up to the $6.3 million, which I've written here. Right, there are some other transportation infrastructure improvements being proposed in addition to Fairbrook Drive. The largest improvement outside of Fairbrook Drive is the intersection with Herndon Parkway. This would be signalized to include accessible pedestrian signalization. It would be widened to fit in some new dedicated turn lanes. Of course, it would have the crosswalks added and all the other necessary improvements for the intersection. In addition, Herndon Parkway streetscape for the entire frontage of the property would be completed. That does include a 2-way cycle track, and that does also include a bus stop and a bus shelter for that stop. Also, there's a potential interparcel connection to the property to the north, which is shown on the image on the right here. If that connection is made, it would sort of allow for that for interparcel access. It would also potentially allow for the removal of one of the curb cuts along Herndon Parkway, which today are arranged in a more suburban format with kind of close proximity to each other, which is not ideal for vehicle movements and safety. There are several development conditions that are being recommended here by staff. These were developed in close coordination with the applicant. Similar to the proffers that I went through with the earlier zoning map amendment, these development conditions that are being recommended here really are standard mostly for this type of development. I have highlighted here the conditions that are more project and site specific for this case. Those do include conditions related to Fairbrook Drive, related to the bus stop and the shelter that are being provided, related to a transportation demand management plan, which has been proposed, related to applying to the HTOC design guidelines. There's conditions regarding the publicly accessible parks that are being proposed, and regarding the publicly accessible internal spaces that are being proposed for recreational use. And I'll go over that in a little bit here in a little more detail. There is a town sanitary metering station that is currently on site that will need to be relocated and changed a bit, and the conditions account for that. And there's also a provision for a invasive species mitigation plan. Those are sort of the site-specific conditions. With a project of this size, we did want to provide a clear picture, or at least reiterate what their benefits are for the town and for the community. It certainly reinforces the town's continued approach to seek a balanced development with a complementary mix of uses. The project would certainly also increase the tax base, in addition to providing some cash contributions. And I didn't mention this earlier with the previous slide, but there are cash contributions that are worked into those recommended conditions, and those would be for transportation improvements, for public schools, and for public facilities. As mentioned, the project would also include the construction and the dedication of approximately half of Fairbrook Drive, and the provision of funds for the continuation of the construction of the extension of Fairbrook Drive up to Spring Street. This also proposes to provide several acres of publicly accessible parkland. So those big swaths of green space, that Stream Valley Park, that would all be publicly accessible. Does account for the improvement of the stream valley. I mentioned the stream restoration and the removal of invasive species. Those are all meant to improve the natural setting that's there today. I mentioned the transportation improvements that are going in, the intersection improvements, the streetscape. Those are all going to be public improvements that will certainly help this development, but then also serve a public benefit moving forward. And lastly, there's 2,000 square feet of indoor ground floor area to be made available to the town for recreational use, including but not limited to an interim nature center. So this is sort of an item that was included later on during the Planning Commission review by the applicant and recommended by staff to provide a presence for parks and recreation on that side of town, and potentially provide a temporary station for the nature center, which of course is in the CIP to be built over at Runnymede. But given that this is would open up into a fairly significant new Stream Valley Park that would be open to the public, there was a thought that it would be an appropriate spot to have that interim use there in the meantime, before the town is able to get to a point where we can actually build a brand new nature center over at Runnymede. So this proposal complies with the zoning ordinance. There are 13 specific standards for the landmark business alternate option, and this does comply with each one of those. It is also compliant with the comp plan and the regional corridor land use designation. The engineering and the traffic impact analysis reviews have been completed. I will say that there were a number of items that were flagged during previous submissions and those reviews, but we have been able to work through all of those and clear all those up during the staff review. The ARB did review this informally. That review is complete, and they did express support for the design, both the building and the landscape as proposed. Also, as mentioned, the Planning Commission completed its review and did recommend approval as proposed. There were a number of items that were discussed during the Planning Commission review, and the applicant did address each one of those, and those are listed in your staff report. And with that, take you to the last slide here. The applicant has continued to amend and to update this case as it's gone through the various town reviews, and really has made those adjustments based on those prior reviews. At this point, staff is supportive of the project as proposed with the provided special exception plan and with the recommended conditions, and does recommend approval of the case SC 1703 in accordance with the draft resolution that has been provided. So with that, I am done with this presentation, and Dave and I are open for your questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hold on, make sure our microphone's up here. Thank you, Bryce and Dave. I'm gonna read the room here. Do we wanna just keep trucking at this point with questions? Cesar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is Councilmember Delagula. Mr. Perry, appreciate that. I'll ask the same question I asked before. Anyone during planning or staff discussions with the applicant bring up the variation of product in the residential dwelling units, meaning workforce housing as an option?
Staff did bring it up mainly to just ask whether or not that was something that was being considered, and the applicant did clarify that there is no plan with this development to provide for any sort of regulated, affordable, or workforce housing. We have been told that the residential units would be rentals and not for sale units, but that was all.
Any, I know it's probably way too early, but again, from just a product variation, studios versus one bedrooms, any type of that information?
I think I don't think that the applicant has really developed that information yet, but I think that will be a good question for them. They might, just since the Planning Commission, they may have developed a better idea of what that breakdown will be.
Yeah, I can tell you, I think commentary, I think it should go without saying going forward. I think this council, and certainly the incoming council, is really, really big on housing, and not just from the affordable, but the workforce. I mean, I think the message should be clear to folks coming in wanting to develop and get these exceptions, that it is a need that we've been asked to address. And I think going forward, we as a council, or the body going forward, would like to see that being addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Sydney.
Given the tenor of some of our emails, I just wanted to ask, how does this, how does it align with our sustainability plan? Some of our residents wrote in and said this is the I think, I can't remember what the term was, but the headwaters or something like that, headlands of Sugarland Run, and that we should preserve it in its natural state so that it can absorb and filter pollutants. And I think Mr. Stromberg did allude a little bit to that. Are we damaging, or would we be damaging the hydrology and the natural underlying drainage if we created if we're putting in culverts, which are by their very nature not a natural and flood. I'm sorry, it's getting late. A natural flood mitigator. I mean, I saw the presentation as just being beautiful and lovely and providing all sorts of amenities that everybody would like to have. But I don't want to destroy what we have for something, you know, that we don't necessarily need or that they don't necessarily need. So can you address the question of the pollution?
Yeah, this is Dave Stromberg, zoning administrator. One of the things with Sugarland Run and really a lot of the stream systems in Northern Virginia is that there is just a high amount of development pretty much everywhere. So on this site, it's mostly undeveloped with the exception of the existing office building. But I wouldn't quite equate undeveloped with a natural system. A big portion of that stream is in pretty bad shape currently, and there are a lot of invasive species in that area right now, and that doesn't lead to a healthy ecosystem. That's why you have this RPA exception process. It requires developers to go through this extra level of review to make sure they are proposing a plan that will result in pollutant removal that's either the same as existing conditions or better. And based on the plans that they've submitted, it will result in better conditions than what's currently out there now with the installation of the planting mitigations as well as doing that stream restoration.
The plantings that they're putting in that area, I know this is unnecessarily specific at this point, but will they be native plants in keeping with the idea of not introducing species that aren't native to this area?
Exactly, yeah. They're required to do native plantings. The Department of Conservation Recreation has the riparian buffer modification and mitigation manual. So they have to plant in accordance with that. It actually specifies, you know, for every 400 square feet, you're required to plant 1 canopy tree, 2 understory trees, and 3 shrubs. So it is really that specific there in that manual for how you do mitigate.
I'm also reading through the reports from Wetland Studies and Solutions and the information we got from the Army Corps of Engineers. It looks like we are impinging on a few threatened species, and that it is a wetland. One of the documents says that it is a wetland, and the other one says it's not. The IPAC Trust Resources report says there are no wetlands in this location, and the Army Corps of Engineers says there are. So can you clarify that?
Yeah, I mean, really they're looking at wetlands that are components of kind of waters of the USA. That means it eventually connects into something that will be tidally influenced eventually. The other types of wetlands are independent pockets. That's where you have you know, sunken land or bogs or swamps, something that's completely separated and not actually physically connected to other sources of water. So it's different agencies that regulate things differently at the federal level. It may be a clear way to distinguish that. One agency regulates one type of wetlands, another agency regulates a different type.
So do you think that in your professional opinion, that we're moving Sugarland Run into a healthier ecosystem, or we're just maintaining it at the same level or damaging it?
Based on the mitigation plans that they're showing, it seems like it's going to result in a better situation with more pollutant removal and definitely a situation where you will have more native plantings out there than under the current situation.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Who's next with questions? A lot to digest. Anybody? Pradeep.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Stromberg and Mr. Perry for the presentation. Obviously, a lot of information to digest. I was about to ask the same question about the workforce housing, but Mr. Delaguerla already asked that question, but I just wanted to also reiterate that, yes, we are looking into more housing options for sure, a strategic housing option for sure. That's what the town is looking for, and obviously including the workforce housing as well, just to, you know, make our voice heard here, because that's what the most of the residents are looking for, and not just us, but the incoming council also was very passionate about. So I just wanted to reiterate that one. And another one is, I was looking through the Chesapeake Bay preservation area and what is included and how does it, you know, account for the one we are discussing here. I found you know, I don't want to major in minor things, but I just wanted to let you know that I think Chesapeake Bay preservation area versus protection area, I think it is preservation. So that was a slight error in the presentation. If you want to go ahead and correct that one, just wanted to let you know. Or maybe preservation protection is interchangeably used. That's fine. But I just saw that, so I just wanted to make sure staff is aware of that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Anybody? Jim, is that your hand? No? Okay, sorry. So hard to tell in these squares. Is there anybody who hasn't spoken? Hi, I see you, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so the name of the organization that's going to be doing the work of the mitigation and taking care of the development of the conditions in the open space, do they have that firm selected yet?
The company that prepared the RPA study and the required mitigation is Wetlands Solutions. That's the firm that put together all of the plans. The contractors that'll physically be doing the actual replanting, I don't believe the applicant has selected a contractor to actually go in and perform that work.
Right, they just do the engineering and design and so forth. Okay, and what percentage of the land will be left natural? Again, wasn't it 30% more is going to be left natural with this new proposal than if we use the old one?
I don't think we gave a percentage as to, you know, the delta between what's already approved and what is proposed. It's very close.
Okay.
But if that's a number we can calculate and let you know about.
Okay, because I saw a 50% with this one and a 40% with that one. I was just wondering. So do we know what? So 50% would be natural with the new one, but we don't know what the delta between the two developments are.
50% is the lowest that they can go. So we know that it's at least 50%. It's more than that, but I don't have the exact number, and I don't know what the exact number is for the approved to be able to compare that to. But we can crunch those numbers and provide that.
Okay. Yeah, because I know when the Ruston Association had to have a lot of work done. No one wanted a tree touched, and once they got the mitigation done, all of their natural areas are much better because, like this area, they had become very unhealthy with the sediment. So, and
I believe Wetland Solutions did all of that work.
Yes, they did. They're excellent. They're pretty much known for doing this type of work and doing it very well and professionally. They care about the environment. And if you want to know how much, take a visit to their office, which I think has been out there about 10 years in Gainesville. The whole place is natural, even their parking lot. And they tell people the difference in what they paid to do it the nice natural way and have water gardens, and they even have kennels for the people to bring their dogs in. All of the offices have lights that turn on and off when there's no movement in the room. They really walk their talk. So if they're in on this project, I think that they would be doing it quite well. Thank you. Good work. I'm very much in favor of this and look forward to more discussion on it.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from any of my colleagues on this item? Anybody that hasn't spoken? I think we've heard from almost everybody. Okay, Pretty.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, you know, a lot of information. I wanted to, I apologize if you already covered this one because there was so much information. I wanted to make sure one more time. Have we conducted any traffic impact studies on this one? And how does that study look like? And also regarding the parking spaces, have we given any kind of numbers on the parking? And how does that count with the residential unit versus you know, the retail spaces and all those things? How does the parking situation look like there?
For parking, there are parking requirements that the applicant will have to meet, and they are committed to that with this proposal. For the traffic, there was a traffic impact analysis that was completed and reviewed by the town's traffic consultant. It's certainly a good project. It's going to generate a lot more traffic than what's there today, but they are proposing the specific mitigation measures to account for that traffic increase, which they are required to do. So that is the creation of Fairbrook Drive, the extension of Fairbrook Drive, the creation of the intersection improvements. Those are all of the those are the items that are going to be needed to mitigate the traffic that will be generated based on the models that were reviewed and developed in the traffic impact analysis.
All right. Yeah, thank you. And you know, I'm in favor of this development for sure because you know this solves a lot of issues with the housing and many other things. But still, I want to know the mitigation strategy that they are adopting. How does that solve any traffic issue that our study has discovered, and how does that fit into that? So I want to know more details, not now, but you know, before we make the decision. I definitely wanted to see that mitigation, and then how does that solve any traffic impact that we have analyzed. So thank you.
One thing I'll mention too is they are proposing a traffic demand management plan, which is essentially lays out specific strategies in which they are going to promote and incentivize less single occupancy vehicle trips. So that's another large component of the traffic impact analysis, and is another strategy or a way in which part of the strategy for reducing those impacts and those levels of traffic that are generated.
Right.
I just wanted to point that out.
Understood, and thank you. And you know, I always say, I always want to do the comparative analysis. So whatever traffic impact analysis that we have done, and whatever the proposed solution is to mitigate that, I wanted to see how, you know, that comes when we do the comparison. Okay, so this is the impact, this is the solution. So I wanted to see that. If we have, I'm sure we may not have that handy now, but you know, whenever we have, wanted to see that. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so just a reminder that when we do take action on these items, it will again be the concurrent staff reports, and then each item will take separate action. So that will be the plan when we get to that point. So I think we're just powering through, right, guys? Now to our general item, which is the only general item that we have. It's Resolution 2022-G-55 to consider an amendment to the comprehensive agreement between the town and Comstock Venture LC to establish the closing date and closing conditions, establish commencement of construction and outside satisfaction dates, and provide licenses for the operation of public facilities in the interim. And I believe both the town manager and town attorney will be giving us the staff report. So I'm turning it over to you guys.
Yes, we will. Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is Bill Ashton, town manager. Jess, could you, you're awesome.
Look at that.
You're
Boom.
awesome. I didn't have to finish my sentences. She's great. Slide, please. Just to give you all a little bit of a history of the downtown redevelopment in the town of Herndon, just to kind of lay the basis for what we're going to talk about here in a minute. Downtown redevelopment was first envisioned back in the 1980s, and it had several starts and stops in several different directions it's taken between then and now, to include more recent things, to include 2 unsolicited proposals for the town and land in 2005, Clark Ventures and Norton Scott, as you see there. That did not materialize. You had a JPI proposal in 2007, 2008, also failed to materialize. And so the town took some affirmative actions to try to incent this process to move forward. And it started with a downtown master plan that in 2011 was adopted by the town council. The town then moved on with that downtown master plan in mind to look at rezoning the town parking lot and the art space building, and they did so in 2014. This laid the groundwork for what we would hope to eventually see on that site. We also realized at about that time that the current parking lot and art space did not give enough land for a developer to be able to provide to the town some of its strategic objectives. That includes an art center and structured parking on such a small lot. So the town purchased the asphalt property in 2015 and then turned around and rezoned the asphalt property that same year. Slide, please. Then we decided to look at the various procurement approaches we could pursue in order to get the public amenities we were looking for, namely the art center and the structured parking. And we decided to, we looked at the Virginia Public Procurement Act being one of them, but we opted actually for the Virginia Public-Private Educational Facilities and Infrastructure Act of 2002. This act sets up a framework by which a government can work with a private entity to provide for public infrastructure as part of a larger development. Slide, please. The overview of this process, it applies to virtually all public facilities in Virginia. It can be used anywhere. It allows public entities to avoid the traditional procurement we'd have to go through to get a vendor in to do something for us, or get a construction company in to do something for us. And it allows public entities to form partnerships with these entities. Slide, please. Public entities must adopt, and the town did adopt, its own guidelines for and implementing procedures for the PPEA procurement. And the project has to be qualifying. It has to be qualifying in the sense of there has to be a public infrastructure improvement as part of it. So in order for it to qualify, as it says on that next bullet, it's got to serve a public purpose. So the town revised its guidelines for a PPEA project in August of 2015. Slide, please. It's a 2-step process. So first off, you could either have, the government could go out and ask for proposals to come in that meet certain specifications, or you may receive unsolicited proposals, and that's all part of the PPEA process. And one of the reasons why I want to go into the PPEA here is just to understand that this whole process created a little bit different of a relationship with the company, the developer that we ended up awarding to, because we are kind of looking at this as partners to try to get something done. Slide, please. So the RFP that we put out was released in 2015, November 2015, and initial proposals came back a few months later. After those initial proposals, we asked for more detailed proposals from the developers that were bidding for to be part of this PPEA process. In 2016, the council selected Comstock, and we began to negotiate the comprehensive agreement we've been operating under since that time. We had public hearings in October of 2017, but also we did some town hall meetings. We rolled this out to the public, and the comprehensive agreement was signed in November of 2017. Like every other project in the Heritage District, or soon to be Historic District perhaps, you had to go through the board approval process. And in this project was designed, it went through the board approval process and was struck with a citizen appeal. The project then pulled back from its application to the board, resubmitted at a later date, and was eventually approved in May of 2019. And the final site plan was approved in 2019 as well. At that point, once all that is said and done, the developer, Comstock in this case, goes out and bids the project. Slide, please. Let's park that thought and go on to the next thing. In the comprehensive agreement that we had laid out, we were looking to contribute roughly $10 million in land, and that's based on assessed value, and $3.6 million in cash, which breaks out into two categories. One is just a straight cash category of $2.2 million, but the other one being a series of allowances so that the town could take care of its obligations prior to releasing the property. Things like environmental remediation, where we had done environmental studies on a site where we knew that we had to remediate. During construction, we're going to be responsible for downtown shared parking, which we're going to talk about here in a second as well. We also are going to have to be responsible for transitional art space during this period, so art space can continue to operate while construction is going on. And finally, in the middle of the downtown, right in the middle of this construction area, we have a major stormwater management feature called the box culvert that runs underneath the center of the downtown, which moves stormwater from the one side of town to the south side of town to the north side of town. And once uncovered, we were anticipating that some repairs would have to take place. And so we were trying to ensure that those occurred once we got a good look at the exterior of that pipe. Slide, please. The downtown parking program, is just a sidebar, was something that was started in 1994, and it was done for some very good reasons pertaining to the businesses in the downtown. Anytime you have businesses in a downtown area, you have a situation where they can't park their business traffic on site. They have to find ways to park, and so the town entered into an agreement with the downtown businesses to allow to take their zoning required parking and move it to a town piece of property. And they would buy in at, as it says here, $14,700 per space, and then they have to pay us an annual maintenance fee for those spaces so that we can restripe and repave and do those various other things we have to do. Slide, please. The thing is, you're not buying particular spaces, you're buying capacity. A business in the downtown doesn't have a particular space. They can use any one of the public spaces, but their capacity for their zoning requirements are met in the various public lots. The various public lots in the downtown, we have 234 spaces total. 162 of them are on the current site where the downtown redevelopment is to take place. One of the issues that was confronting us when we looked at redeveloping and structured parking was that only 11 spots remained available. So if any other site wanted to redevelop and they needed parking to do it, we only had 11 spaces to potentially allow them to meet their zoning in that way. So we had to find a way to expand public parking. It's a linchpin for vibrancy and growth in the downtown. And this downtown redevelopment project and the parking structure associated with it is critical for us to be able to have those redevelopment activities take place. Slide, please. So as we were talking through everything, Comstock went out to bid on their project, and we started to see some issues with the redevelopment start occurring. As we were sitting down talking to Comstock as partners in this arrangement, we started seeing some of the things, like, for instance, a booming construction market in Metro DC that was causing commodity prices to rise, labor prices to rise. And then when COVID hit, it brought a whole series of new economic pressures to bear. We didn't get a whole lot of relief on the labor costs because the unemployment in the DC metro area did not get as dire as in other places in the country. There were also other commodity pressures when mills were shutting down as a result of COVID. So we were experiencing a series of economic pressures that were being placed on this project itself. And what we were seeing too is some of the town's portions of this, as well as Comstock portions of this project, were increasing in cost to build. And so at the same time, we were also experiencing citizen interest in re-energizing the effort. We had been talking about this for a number of years, and there was there's some palpable frustration out there in the community. Council, you all had expressed that some of those frustrations to me as well. They were certainly well-founded, but it was out of the fact that we couldn't just rush into a development when we had these economic pressures sitting out there. We also discover in there that we had another problem with the comprehensive agreement, and there was no sunset date. The comprehensive agreement, when we negotiated, we got a lot of protections for the town in the agreement, and that was good. But for some reason, and I can't remember why I don't even think it ever came up in the conversations, was a sunset date. If we could not get this project off the ground by a certain date, then it would end. So that was also some troubling in this. We also had some unaddressed risk scenarios that we were delaying to deal with through means like of a tri-party agreement with a lender and various other things like that were also kind of hanging out there that never sat right with me, that I thought also needed to be addressed around now. Slide, please. So with that, we sat down with Comstock and negotiated a proposed amendment to the comprehensive agreement that starts addressing some of those issues that I just discussed a few seconds ago. And I'm going to turn this over to Lisa Yates, who will carry us through some of the items, that features of this proposed amendment that you were being asked to consider. Lisa?
Thank you, Bill. Lisa Yates, town attorney. As the town manager has indicated, these financial economic stresses led us to both parties to feel that negotiation of an amendment to the existing agreement between us was really would really improve our situation. So the parties hammered out the proposed amendment that's before you. And the key items in the amendment are paragraph 4 of the amendment establishes the closing date on the property on or before September 15th, 2020. This is key.
December 15th.
I'm sorry,
I think you said September
15th. To get it before the, to get it on Comstock's portfolio before the end of their fiscal year, to bring closure to that part of, as far as the ownership goes, ownership certain, and establishes a date by which everything else can be measured. It also permits the satisfaction of certain conditions that were precedent to occur subsequent to the conveyance or to the closing. This is also key. It would have been extremely time consuming and not a benefit to either party to require certain things that had originally been thought should occur before the closing to occur after the closing. One of the other things is to require the agreement requires that the town appropriate the sufficient sums prior to the closing. This would include the sums that the town manager spoke with, as well as any other sums that are required under the original agreement. Very importantly, the amendment adjusts the outside satisfaction date by which Comstock must have the project under construction to December 31st, 2021. This is key. This is the sunset date that the manager was speaking about. It is measured as approximately 1 year from the closing on the property. It is the time by which all those conditions subsequent to the closing must occur, or Comstock must pause their construction pursuant to the clause that was originally in the comprehensive agreement, but now has been adjusted due to the change in dates, what's referred to as the market pause. So we now have a sunset date. It extends certain rights of Comstock to pause the commencement of construction up to 24 months, known as the market pause, due to market conditions and other matters, including delays caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Whether or not they use this is up to Comstock, but it does have a limit now, or when it can be triggered, when it ends. And it was in the original agreement, so it's just a adjustment of the market pause. Significantly, the amendment increases the parent company guarantee by an addition to the town by an additional $5 million to a total of $10 million to cover the construction of the Arts Center and the parking component of the project, if in fact, in the event that there is a default. That is a significant issue that was addressed by this amendment. Also, the amendment provides for licenses to the town to allow for the continued use of the property, which will now be owned by Comstock, for art space to continue functioning until a transitional space is located and they move in, and to secure and continue use of public shared parking in the current lot, which Comstock will own, until transitional public shared parking is located and constructed are made ready for use during the construction phase of the project. And finally, and this is significant, the amendment provides for priority recordation of a parking easement on the site for a minimum of 162 spaces. This is simply that the recordation of the parking easement will be recorded in front of the deed of trust securing the property. And that means that we will get our 162 spaces regardless of the loan that's on the property. That is recorded prior to that document. So that was a significant concession on the part of the developer, our partner in this agreement. Again, we had the original comprehensive agreement that was signed in 2017 is in place, with the exception of the few things that are in the amendment that allow the project to be re-energized and proceed with a lot more safeguards and a lot of items that have been addressed following the economic issues that were identified and COVID as well. So I'm going to turn it back over to the manager there.
Slide, please, Jess. So as you know, there are some economic development incentives that we could possibly put in to help at least close the gap on some of the elements of costs that have gone up on our components. And these are included in the Arts District amendment ordinance that you all recently adopted. And so what we're looking at here is a 50% reduction in water and sewer availabilities and building permit fees for a fee reduction to them of $2.3 million. This is included in the amendment as well. So it will be it'll be approved there if you so choose. Slide, please. So as we look at the investment return, going back to the original $10 million in land, $3.6 million in cash, we include the fee reduction in there of $2.3 million. That's a total investment on the town side of just a little bit under $16 million. Flipping back over to the return, the public parking that we will return is worth approximately $9.5 million. The Arts Center shell, $2.2 million. The various public improvements to include the Arts Walk, streetscapes, and various other things that are going to happen there for the public benefit is $3.5 million. And then for Comstock to take care of things that are the town's responsibility, like temporary parking, temporary Arts Center, and the environmental cleanup, is valued at $1.3 million. So the return that we're looking at is close to $16.6 million based on the new economics of the modeling that we're showing here tonight. Slide, please. Also, the Arts District has an incentive of a tax refund of up to 10 years, or 15% of the first floor area is an arts use. This has to be applied for each year. The estimated value of this tax incentive is $1.9 million over those 10 years. This is also at play in this amendment. Now, that being said, the estimated tax return above that refund to the town during that same period is $1.165 million. Things that we need to remember when we're looking at this is the town currently receives no tax benefit on this site at all because we own the land. And there's no restaurants operating there. There's no other businesses operating there. So we're not getting business licenses, meals taxes, or property taxes on this site. And we will not receive any benefit as long as the town owns the property. After the 10 years it has passed during this refund period, then the entire annual $190,000 will then be added to the remainder of what we're estimating. So this is kind of the delayed gratification element that we're talking about. We're getting zero on it now. We'll get zero on it as long as we own it. If we incent this to occur, we will get money over the course of the life of this. And then at the end of the 10 years, that will then increase to what the market is. Slide, please. So basically, that is where we are, is when that we've been working with over the last several months. I've briefed you on over this time period as well of the things we're working with to attempt to jumpstart the project to get this thing operational. And Lisa and I are certainly here to answer any questions. Please don't take my lack of enthusiasm as not anything other than I'm just exhausted, much like you are. So we will gladly answer any questions you might have.
Thank you both. What questions do we have? Cesar and then Signe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yep.
Delagula, I had to kind of wake up there.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. I guess before I ask anything, what can we discuss? I guess, are there limits to questions relative to what was discussed in the executive sessions?
That is a very good question. I'm steering away from precise numbers because a lot of that is based on internal things that we actually, as we're talking to things like the county and their involvement, we had to get an NDA put together for that. And we have all signed that NDA that we can't talk about specific numbers as to where we are, but we can talk about broader concepts about where we are.
Okay, and thank you for that. I think, and by the way, I'm assuming we're going to want to hear from the public on this to certainly get their input before we vote on it.
Of course.
Prudent. But I think what we may have to address is a concern that I've heard out there. And I'm not sure how we show the progress that we've made if we're not revealing where we were and where we started.
Right.
And some of the concerns that were in those meetings, and I clapped at a couple of them, I'm really glad they made it into the final resolution, because that's important for the public to understand that it was difficult for both sides. And I'm hopeful that we can either share that publicly or through some FOIA, let the public know how hard this council and the staff worked with our partner to come to this deal here. So I think if we get some clarity on that, I think it would really help alleviate some of the concerns that are still out there. I have no other questions other than say thank you, and I'm glad some of those things are in the updated resolution.
Yeah.
Well, 100%. And just to put a finer point on a couple of these things that didn't come out in the presentation. Number one is we have to appropriate in December for this, and we are ready to appropriate. The money is sitting there. It is in reserve. It is ready to roll. So Jenny's working on that resolution right now as part of a larger budget adjustment that we're going to have to make in December. I forgot to mention that, number one. I think we can say with assurance is the delta that we were looking at between the 2017 projected costs and then the bid costs coming back, we split down the middle with Comstock as to how to approach this question. And on our side of the ledger, we were mainly targeting, saw on that return slide, we were targeting our portion of this as we were looking at how to get over those hurdles. Comstock was a good partner in this in terms of that. Also, too, some of the things that you're mentioning are certainly things we could talk about. The fact that we do have a sunset date on this that we never had, which we had to stick something in the sand to measure to measure the time against, which wasn't existing before. The market pauses were in, but one of the things I even told Lisa Yates this in one of our private conversations is, what good is a market pause if you don't know what date you're pausing? It makes no sense. That's something that kind of escaped us in the original negotiation we caught up for here. The other element here that I don't want to understate is that once a lender enters into the picture in any of these developments, their loan documents with the developer kind of take precedence over what's occurring. So if there was a default for some reason and the bank was coming in to take the property as part of the default, and Comstock owns the property at that point, regardless if it was the original agreement or this agreement, we were kind of in a very tough situation in terms of we were out $10 million in land, and equally as dramatic is we wouldn't have had downtown parking, which would kill our businesses. And so in this amendment you have before you, we are getting a parent guarantee up to $10 million to cover us for the capital loss. And then they're allowing us to put a priority recordation, which the bank is going to have to come to terms with, on that land to say, no matter what happens here, people, you owe us 162 spaces of parking here. We don't care. It could be the structure you planned. It could be you level everything they built and put a parking lot back there, but we're getting our downtown parking back. And so that was a big risk area that was still looming out there, that was not answered, that is now answered.
No, and my final comment is, again, for the public, this really turned into a true partnership. If it wasn't to begin with, it probably was, but the public needs to understand that this really came together as a public partnership with this developer. So I just wanted to go on the record to say that.
Thank you.
I think it was Signe. Okay, Signe.
Sorry. I just wanted to thank Bill for adding a lot of that, Bill and Lisa, and also Councilmember Del Aguila, because some of these he pushed really, really hard for, and it made it a better deal.
We weren't supposed to say that.
Oh, okay. Never mind. But I do want to say, I'm very, very grateful, because this has been, many councils have been working on this. Councilmember Mayor Merkel has been pushing this for a long time. Sheila Olam, Jennifer Baker, and the newer members have also worked hard on it. And I am so tired, I can't even really think it through. So I don't know whether we're going to be discussing this again on Thursday, but let's present this to the public when we're fresh, because it's an expensive thing that we're doing. It's an important thing we're doing. We're very excited about it, and right now it's very hard to portray that. So that's all I really have. Thank you.
And again, if you all have questions about this as you begin to digest the material, please reach out. I'll be glad to talk to you about it. I mean, this is something that has consumed my life for probably 3 months.
This time around.
For good and for bad. I mean, it was an emotional roller coaster as we were working through these things, but I think we have a product here that we can be proud of, and I'll gladly answer any questions that you have.
Yeah, I want to say, I mean, just the changes that we know have come into this amendment, this final piece, it's like the last stretch of the marathon. I want to commend staff, and it's Bill, and it's Lisa, and it's finance, and lots of staff members who have been doing this kind of iteration since 2017, really. And it's come so many hurdles and so many details. And I think even if it were 7 o'clock, it would be hard to parse it all. What other questions or comments do we have? Mr. Pradeep, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is Councilmember Dakal. So this is a good news, and I cannot stay silent, even though we went 4 hours already. But I really, really want to appreciate the staff, the council, for constantly pushing this. And, I think this is in terms of finance also, this is a good negotiation. Obviously, I cannot share more, but we were asked this question again and again by the public: when it is happening, can you share something? And we wanted to share, but could not share. So that frustration was always there. And I'm happy that now we can at least share this news to the public. And then I'm happy for the downtown parking, because that was one of the biggest issue, that when the development starts, how are we gonna make sure we have enough downtown parking for our businesses, to support our businesses. And that was a big concern. It has been addressed. Thank you, staff. Thank you, council. And I'm really happy.
And this is Bill Ashton again. If there's one more thing I could point out about the 11 available spaces in the downtown parking program, Herndon Beer Garden has already intimated to me that they intend to consume most of that once they get through the site plan process. So we're going to be truly down to maybe a couple of spaces that are available for anything else that might pop up. So getting a garage in there and getting this thing moving, so hopefully it acts as a catalyst for more activity to occur in and around the area, especially with that new arts district ordinance you have out there that should be appealing to other property owners that have already approached me about it. I mean, this is good. This I think is good. I'm running out of synonyms at 11 and 7.
Jen, and then the Vice Mayor.
Sure, I'll try to be quick. So of course, thank you. I know this is such a long process, so lots of thank yous, and we'll continue to talk about that and more at the public hearing. Just to refresh on the timeline, so it's important that next week we ideally move forward with this, right? Because since we only have one public hearing in November, and then we'll have one public hearing in December, to appropriate the funds. I just wanted to make sure I understood the timeline and the expectations to keep on track.
Yes, we are working on the amendment, the appropriations right now. The ad will go out by the 18th is one, because we have to have a one-time ad in the paper before the December public hearing. And that is a condition, precondition to all this taking place on our side. They have their own conditions, we have ours. So yeah, to keep this on schedule, looking for an adoption in November so we can appropriate against it in December and then move along.
And just to comment on the public piece, so of course we want the public to weigh in. The public has access to this, has access to this meeting. And so next week, this is a general item, but of course, if the public wants to provide comments, they can do that in the beginning of the meeting. I'm just concerned because again, it's going to be a long meeting next week as well, given the content we just went through. And I hope I feel like there's consensus that this shouldn't feel all that controversial at this point to the public, because this is not, we've talked about this, there's not dramatic changes. Would you agree with that statement, that I'm hoping that the public should feel like, okay, got it, great, it's going to get signed, here's the amendment, we're moving forward?
I think the dramatic changes are that we're going to close. It's gonna create some time discipline to the project.
Yeah.
We do have a satisfaction date in play. We have some protections in place. I think this amendment, if anything, is enhanced the deal.
Right.
To a great degree.
There should be some positives to this, of course.
Right. And in terms of disciplining the process moving forward.
Good. Okay, good. Thank you.
Thanks. Sheila.
Let's see, am I still here?
I see you.
I've moved to standing. Yeah, thanks a lot for persevering with the staff. I don't know for how many years I've been coming in and getting briefed on what's going on, because I've certainly been pretty excited about this. Just in the past 5 days, once the agenda, I can't think of my words. When the agenda went out, I was already getting calls, people, asking questions and so forth. So I really think the public is excited, and I would be more excited if I weren't tired, but I am really excited too. And Bandit has taken over my seat, so I'm going to have to stand for the rest of the meeting. But thank you for everything all of the staff did, and council, and all the public support we've had for this. I'm ready.
Any other questions? So I wanted to say we had entertained the idea of having a second work session because we did not think, based on the Planning Commission meetings, that we would dare get through our whole agenda this week. So go team, we did a great job. I think I'm accidentally moving into my roundtable, so I'm just going to keep talking. I would like to ask the council if, since I think that this downtown item is going to be of great interest, not that the other items that we talked about tonight are not, but I would entertain the idea of rearranging our agenda next week to put our general item first ahead of the public hearing, so then we could have the public comment on it. This while we're fresh, and then go through the other items. Is that something that you're amenable to? I think it deserves fresher minds than we have right now, and I think the public will be engaged if we do that earlier. So I don't know do I need to do something official, or can we just rearrange the agenda, Madam Town Attorney?
We can rearrange the agenda, and if people want to listen in, it will be helpful to have that out to the public ahead of time instead of doing it at the meeting. So
can we, by concurrence of council, rearrange it, and then it goes on Granicus in that order, whatever day that goes, Friday? Okay.
With the clerk, yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
And maybe make sure in both letters we say, if you have any comments about it, you need to say it when the open comments.
Yeah, and I'll make sure to reiterate that in the comments. I agree with that.
I mean, it is in the ad, but you can certainly say it again.
Well, and I would encourage everybody to spread this around everywhere you can, because there is a lot of interest, and I certainly look forward to hearing from people on it next week. So since I started my roundtable, I'll just finish up by saying two things. One, we haven't had a meeting that's gone this long in a really, really long time, but it is great to be here talking about such important things that are really big for the town. So I'm excited about that. And I wanted to congratulate my colleagues who ran for re-election who were re-elected. So who would like to go next? Roundtable, Mr. McKenna.
I want to echo Mayor Merkel's comments on the election. I know it was a very unique year for sure. You weren't out there for one day, you were out there every day. So, you know, the stamina to do that certainly prepared you for tonight. So congratulations on that. I also want to wish a happy birthday to the United States Marine Corps. You turned 245 today, Semper Fi. Thank you for all that you do. You know, and also tomorrow is Veterans Day. Let's keep that solemn and remember why we're here to begin with. I think it's purposeful that Election Day is before Veterans Day, because everyone gets all worked up on Election Day. If it wasn't for veterans, we wouldn't be here. So take a moment, take a breath. We're all okay. Sun's coming out. Maybe not tomorrow, it's supposed to rain, but you know, just know that we're all here, and we're all Americans, and we should be grateful for the people that have given all their lives to us. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Who'd like to be next? Pradeep.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to echo both of you on election. I want to congratulate Mayor-elect Sheila Olam, and also Mr. Vice Mayor-elect Cesar de la Guela, and also the Councilwoman Signe Friedrich. And I want to thank the town of Herndon people for electing probably the most diverse council in any aspect in the history of Herndon. So thank you, and happy Veterans Day as well.
Thank you, sir. Who's next? Anybody? Signe, followed by Cesar?
All I've got is it's the Vice Mayor's birthday on Friday, and I wish her a very happy birthday.
Cesar.
Ditto to everything everyone said.
Hey, maybe these late meetings aren't so bad after all. Jen.
Yes. So I certainly want to congratulate the 4 incumbents that ran. So congratulations. And Sheila, much congratulations to you. I'm really excited that you're going to be our mayor elect and mayor going forward.
100%.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot to do in the town. I think we saw that tonight, and we need a strong leadership, and excited for what you bring. And of course, having some new voices and faces on council will be excellent. So congrats to all of you. And I'm sorry we don't have a Veterans Day tomorrow, a Veterans Day celebration in town, but certainly, Councilmember McKenna, you said it well, that we still will remember and take a moment to thank the veterans in our lives.
Have I called on everybody? I totally lost track. Anybody else?
Just me. I'm last.
Oh, that's right.
Yes, congratulations to everyone, and I'm so glad the campaign is over. Being out there on that line for, I don't even remember how many days it was. It's kind of like this meeting. It all kind of blends together. But I'm looking forward to Friday the 13th. My oldest is taking me out to dinner in the town of Herndon, so I'm excited. Have a good time, everybody.
Exactly. Well, thank you all, Mr. Town Manager. Did you have anything to add? Can you think of anything?
I think we as a staff kept you here long enough tonight. Oh. So I have nothing.
Well, so why don't y'all take the day off tomorrow? See? Ha ha.
I'll chime in. I got it.
So that doesn't.
Okay, so I think that means, Madam Mayor,
yes.
No other order business on our agenda. I move we adjourn.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion to adjourn made by the Vice Mayor and seconded by Ms. Baker. And if the clerk is still awake, I will ask her to please call the roll.
It's not morning yet, so it's still good evening.
All right, good evening. Barely.
Olam.
Yes, Olam.
Baker.
Baker, yes.
Delagula, yes.
DeCall.
Yes, yes.
Friedrichs.
Friedrichs, yes.
McKenna,
McKenna is a yes.
Merkel.
Merkel is a yes. So that passes unanimously, and we stand adjourned still on Tuesday at 11:18 p.m. Thanks, everybody. See you next week.
Take care.
Night.
Night.
Say bye, say bye, Bandit.
Bye, Bandit.